Welcome to the 2025 NHL Entry Draft in Los Angeles. It's at the Peacock Theater. I'm Chris Ransom. This is my co-host, Ron Mont, also known as Ron from the SteelFlyers podcast. And tonight we are covering the first round of the NHL Draft. 32 teams, 22 actually, but 32 picks will be made tonight by 22 different organizations. And it starts with the New York Islanders. I already know who they're going to pick. I have the write-up typed on my website. I could share it. I'm not going to do that. I used to leak picks. I'm not going to do that because it's the suspense, the element of the suspense, and the moment where these kids, they go up, down, they meet the commissioner, they meet the owners, the GMs. It's their moment to shine, and really doesn't feel ethical or right to, even though it's pretty obvious it's going to be Mr. Schaefer that's going to be the chosen guy to come down to the Islander, carry the Islanders sweater.
Yeah.
I mean, the Noah Dobson trade pretty much gave that away. The Islanders, they have 17 now in addition to the first pick. So
I
I've got
agree.
the write-up typed up. I don't have the San Jose write-up typed up because there was a lot of rumors involving Frondell. I still think it's going to be Misa at 2, but there's been a lot of rumors back and forth between Misa and Frondell to the point where it feels like a coin flip at 2.
I'm with you. By the way, thank you very much for having me on. I can't even begin to tell you how much I appreciate you doing this. This is really awesome. This is something that I look forward to pretty much all year at Prospect Watch that we do, where we interview all the prospects. This is like graduation day. So as far as I'm concerned, this is the culmination of all the hard work that all these young guys put into the last couple of years to get to this point right now, and they get to sit back and enjoy this, and then the real work begins. You know what I mean?
Yes, the real work begins because after these players get drafted, a select few go to the NHL as 18-year-olds. The others go to the CHL. Some are going to go we're going to see more go the college route now. We're going to see It's going to be like high school recruiting in football and basketball with the 5-star recruits and all that. You're going to see more of that now. Gavin McKenna just won the Memorial Cup, probably going to go number 1 in a year from now. He's probably going to go the collegiate route because, I mean, he got medicine, had a WHL championship, and got to play in the Memorial Cup. Unless he wants to try to win the Memorial Cup, there's really nothing left for him to accomplish in the WHL. I think he's going to the Big Ten. I don't know where, though.
So that's the big thing too, and that's what you're seeing, a huge shift in the junior ranks, where a lot more players are going to the NCAA to continue on and to help forge their careers. I mean, all you have to do is just look back at the last, say, what, 3 or 4 NHL drafts that have taken place. And you can honestly say that a good portion of the players that were drafted that are in the NHL right now today went to an NCAA, Big Ten, or something, Division 1A type school to play college hockey. And I love that. You're seeing this huge influx of players coming over from Europe, from the Czech Republic, from Russia,
Sweden,
from
Finland. It's
Sweden,
amazing. It's incredible.
and they're just coming and playing at the NCAA level. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's a beautiful windfall
Yeah,
for.
I've done everything as far as scouting goes. I think the first media event I went to was the 2019 MLS Super Draft. I had this microphone. I didn't have it turned on, but I asked all the athletes engaging questions. It was the very last MLS draft that the media could cover in person before they made it remote in 2020, before the pandemic. Then I got to go to the 2020 Senior Bowl. I did have my microphone turned on for that. Got to interview multiple players, including Justin Herbert and Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts. I got to speak with him at the Senior Bowl. That was fun. Then I got to do it again in 2021 during COVID. Only got 11 interviews that week, but everything was social distancing. And then I went to the Shrine Bowl in Las Vegas in 2023 at the Luxor because I wanted to see what type of coaching strategies the Patriots and Falcons would come up with for that Shrine Bowl in Las Vegas, and it was a lot of fun to go to that. So I've been to some MLB stuff for the MLB draft. Cole Young, North Allegheny set shortstops on the Mariners now.
Yeah,
As a
yeah.
second baseman. Joey Porter Jr. also went. He's on the Steelers. Very good corner. Very good young and upcoming corner.
Yeah, watch him play at Penn State, man. What an amazing talent he is.
He is definitely an amazing talent, and I also went to the Consol Energy Center to watch some college basketball games in 2018 for the tournament. I was lucky enough to see Trae Young against Rhode Island, and then I saw Duke play somebody, so I got to scout Trae Young and Marvin Bagley. And then the first hockey event I went to in person, I said, you know what, my older brother, I'm going to buy him a ticket to a Boston University game. And we went to see Macklin Celebrini and Lane Hudson last year. We went to Raising Cane's too before the game. The chicken was amazing there, but that's not.
No. But you went to a BU game, man. That was
the Boston College game with Jacob Fowler on Boston College too last year.
Now that's a good indoctrination into hockey.
Exactly. I went to that game in person. My brother said, Celebrini's got a heck of a shot. He hit that from like 90 feet away, and he picked up on that. And it was a lot of fun. That was a great first game to go to.
I'll say. And, one of the things with watching a lot of the prospects is I watch the Beanpot Championship. You know what I mean? And there's some other tournaments out there that I watch as well, too, especially all of the IIHF tournaments, all the worlds, all the junior championships that they have as well too. Just watch London win their Memorial Cup, the London Knights, so I mean, watch a lot of that.
Are you all right, Ron? Is there an audio? I'm not sure. Restream does this sometimes. I don't think it's common. Okay, so Commissioner Bettman's heading to the podium. And the pick is about to, pick's not about to be made. Commissioner's got to make his introduction speech first. Let me check, see if audio on your end or the visuals on your end are okay. I might have to bring Ron back into the room. It's just, I've seen people come in and out of the streams. Like, I know this happens with Williams sometimes. But, all right, if Ron comes back in, I'll add him. And I do have the write-ups posted. I'm pretty certain Matthew Schaefer's going number one. But I will wait. I will wait until Gary Bettman makes his speech. Because Gary Bettman, he's preparing for this like he just won an Oscar. Gary Bettman is making his Oscar speech in Los Angeles, ladies and gentlemen. Commissioner Bettman with his Oscar speech. He's got to prepare for the Oscars. If Ron comes back, that's great. I'll find out what's going on. If they're all right. So what I'm going to do here is I'll wait for the picks to come in and I'll break some of these players down. I know who's going number one. I'm not saying anything. I'm being respectful towards Gary Bettman. Even though I wish his referees would have been a little bit more respectful in the Western Conference Finals, but that's neither here nor there. It's about these kids. It's about these adolescent men getting sworn into the National Hockey League. That's what today is about, and need to make that the main talking point of today. So, and yeah, Gary Bettman is preparing for an Oscar type speech. And okay, we've got no Discord, no Kick stuff. This is why we're moving to Rumble in the fall. I do not want these people on Kick who have nothing intelligent about the sport to say in our chat room. I want actual intelligent sports fans, not people who are all right. I'll see what I can do after the show, but Gary Bettman is officially exiting the podium, and I guess that means the New York Islanders are on the clock. That's interesting. So they have like a remote draft, and Gary Bettman's waiting for the Islanders Matthew Darsh to announce the selection. This is I might turn this up first. Okay. They're not announcing the number 1 pick. I just like the suspense. So they're having the draft remote, and it does look like Gary Bettman's preparing for an Oscar. Okay. Welcome back. You
Sorry.
missed much. There's no the pick. Okay, now the Islanders are on the clock. Gary Bettman was just giving his Oscar award-winning speech in Los Angeles. That's all you missed.
Shucks. Oh darn. Because I watched their little press to do that they had earlier, where they had the Gary Bettman, the assistant commissioner there, and
Bill
and
Daly,
everybody
the
else.
deputy commissioner, yeah,
and saw that little to do there, and they said a whole lot of nothing in that one. So I mean,
wow,
but
ESPN actually agrees with me on my comp for Matthew Schaefer, Miro Heiskanen. That's what I've been saying for years.
wow.
I'm honored. I'm honored, ESPN. I'm surprised, but I'm honored you agree with me.
It's okay, man. Really, it's all good. I promise.
I've got the write-up typed up. Should I type it in? I'll type it in, but I won't save it. That way we're ready to go. No, not. Let's just type in. Oh yeah, I almost typed in the first name, and I'm just gonna type in the team name. I'm not gonna type in the whole. Since you only got 1,000 characters, I'm only gonna type in. I'm not gonna type in the Erie Otters. I can show people the pick on the website. I can screen share that. But I also want to try to make it so that people can see our interaction, not just the picks, but the actual interaction as a whole, because I think that's an important part as well, and that's something you really excel at in SteelFlyers.
Well, I'm gregarious, and so what can I tell you? But I got a lot vested in I got a lot of skin in the game here, as they say. At Prospect Watch, we talk to a lot of these young men, and when we talk to one of the coaches of these guys,
I love Schaefer's facial expression. He knows he's
yeah,
going number 1, but he's just ice cold. He's not
yeah.
reacting. He's like James Bond or Ray Donovan on Showtime. He's not saying anything.
Here we go, man. We're getting ready. The Islanders pick is in, and Gary Bettman is standing up on stage, and it is, oh my gosh, yes!
That's
yes, Matthew Schaefer, number 1 draft pick. Yes.
And I'll really quickly, I'll show you guys the write-up, and then I'm going to get back to our interaction here, because Matthew Schaefer's going number 1. I don't want to take anything away from Ron and myself, but we'll show you really quickly what we got here. And yeah, we've got Schaefer, Misa, Desnoyers, Martone. They're all going to get picked in the top half of tonight. But yeah, Noah Dobson gets traded. We got the line combinations for each team, like the projected line combinations. With Dobson getting traded, they're going to need a second first line guy. I think they probably should stay at 16 or 17, but if they
Yeah,
want to move up, it's going to be for Higgins. But,
I agree.
this guy, Schaefer, he is something else.
You know, I'm going to tell you something now. Okay, we got to interview Mr. Matthew Schaefer. By the way, head on over to Prospect Watch slash SteelFlyers.com/link/Prospect Watch to catch out the interview that we did with him. And I got to be honest with you, man. This guy is the real deal. Okay, he wears number 48 because his brother picked it because he likes Danny Briere. They're like, oh, okay, right? The guy is an amazing talent. He's got an amazing hockey IQ. He's got good speed, good hands. Here's the thing, right? In last year's Worlds, he got injured and he missed a lot of time, and still the number one overall pick, even though he missed a significant amount of time with a broken clavicle. The kid just exudes hockey player. He is the quintessential defenseman that you want back there. He's going to calm things down. He's going to be able to get you that first outlet pass, and he's going to be able to see the ice, and be able to slow the game down for you. That's the kind of player he is, and that's the kind of player you need on your team, and that's what the Islanders are desperately going to need now.
They are, and they're going to need another defenseman next to him, but they got their guy. They got their face of the franchise, and,
Yep.
this is a good moment for Matthew Schaefer. Happy for him, happy for his family. And,
Yeah.
Schaefer, I love it. He gets the jersey. He's showing a lot of emotion for a number one pick, but I love the fact that they've got this they've got this private room, like a Zoom call where the GMs and the people are working remotely.
I mean, I got to be honest with you. I'm not a fan, okay? Because I think it takes away from the handing you the jersey from all the guys and all the team and all the general managers and all the relatives and everybody all standing up there getting their picture taken with you. You know what I mean? I
I
think
agree. There's not very many sports that do the centralized drafts anymore. I know MLS and NFL were the first two to go away from it, and then other leagues adapted. Like MLB, they do the draft during the All-Star break, but it's now only like 4 players go, and then the rest of the teams pick remotely. NBA still is somewhat of a NBA somewhat of a decentralized draft. Like the top guys get invited to the green room, but the rest of the guys who aren't invited, it is decentralized, but you are free to attend if you are a draft eligible player. But I hear you. And I think they could bring back the decentralized draft if this doesn't go well tonight.
it's not that I don't think it's not going to go well, but I just think it takes something away from what the tradition of.
I agree. The mystique isn't there.
Yes,
Exactly.
exactly. And the tradition of the general manager of the team that's supposed to make the selection is the one calling out the selection,
They
because
hand you the jersey. The coach is there, the captain or some other player is there. So yeah, exactly. It's the tradition.
so that's kind of what I think is taken away a little bit from this. But I still think that they're doing an amazing job. I still think that you're going to see this is an amazing spectacle here all the way through. This is a beautiful event here. This is graduation day for these guys. Matthew Schaefer, absolutely hands down, deserves to be the number one draft pick
Yeah.
in the
I gave the pick an A
2025
plus. I didn't
NHL
even
draft.
list the grade because it was just I wanted to let him enjoy the moment. And I wanted to quickly show what we had for a write-up and then get to the next pick. I'm trying that for the first time. If it goes well, I might make that the norm in future draft specials.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I really liked the write up when we get the players selected, because that gives everybody an opportunity to read what you have to say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I do that with all of my drafts, even the junior hockey league drafts as these kids come in.
And speaking of junior hockey league drafts, he was selected
First
very
overall in
overall.
2023. I know
Yeah.
because I archive every CHL draft and USHL draft dating back to 2019.
So yeah. So like I
He was
said,
drafted ahead of Ryan Ruberich, who actually was the initial favorite to go number one in that draft right after the 22 OHL draft.
oh,
Ruberich
okay.
was the early favorite, but the Erie Otters fell in love with Matthew Schaefer, and everybody began to question it first, but Schaefer silenced all his critics, and he showed why he's wearing the Islanders sweater, why he's the number one pick in this year's draft, and the rest is history.
Exactly. So now we got San Jose here on the clock here, and
Under 2 minutes. It's I don't know if it's going to be Misa or Mar Frondell. I really don't.
yeah, I don't know. We're gonna see here. We're gonna see. They definitely need, pretty much help all the way around. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, well, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, a lot of the insiders are saying it's Misa, but there was a lot of traction on Monday for Frondell to the point where Frondell was the betting favorite to go second for a brief period, but
Yeah.
now Misa's the favorite again. I still think it's going to be Misa, but
Okay.
we'll see.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very interested to see what's going on here. I'm glad that Schaefer was able to be there with his dad and his brother. That's what is important to him because he knows that he's not going to necessarily be there with his mom. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And
exactly.
that's all good because he's there. He's able to remember, and he's there with his dad, who you know has been his entire family now, and his brother has probably really stepped into that role too. So this is just an amazing story. It's an
Schaefer
amazing
was the
talent.
first five-sport athlete since Nathan Gotcher back in 2022. And when I say five-sport athlete, what I mean here is he played wide receiver in football, defenseman in hockey. I believe he played striker and goalie in soccer, and he also played basketball and roller hockey. Roller hockey's on
Yeah, yeah,
skates with wheels.
yeah.
Ice hockey's on skates with blades. There's a distinction between the two, so I do count those as two separate sports because
No,
one's
yeah.
on wheels and one's with an ice blade on the skate. But yeah, that's the thing. His mom
I'm
played
with you.
basketball. His dad played football. Family background. His mom and dad were both athletes, and three different. He played three different key positions in sports: defenseman, hockey, wide receiver, and football. Was a striker and a goalie in soccer, and he can take those intangibles from soccer and apply them to hockey as a two-way defenseman. And that's what's going to make him so lethal.
E- Exactly. Plus, he has speed. Plus, he has brains. You know what I
I
mean?
I mean, Lane outside of Lane Hudson, maybe Cale Makar. I don't know if there's a defenseman that has that quick, explosive stride, that twitch when skating for a defenseman, which is pretty rare.
Exactly, and that's what I'm talking about. That first explosive step there. You know what I'm saying? That's what sets him apart. I think that's why he is the number one draft pick. If you must know the truth, you know
I
what I
agree.
mean? Yeah.
I completely agree. The Sharks pick is in. We don't know who it is yet. All we know is that the Sharks fans are waiting for their pick, and the Sharks front office, they've got their coffee, their lattes. Nothing wrong with coffee; it's good for you, but it
Right.
also keeps you awake. But Islanders didn't need coffee to take Matthew Schaefer, so I'll give them more points for that. Just self confidence and trusting the evaluation process.
I mean, it was basically a no brainer.
Yeah.
Once they won the draft, it was basically like, I
I
mean,
think the
we've
Sharks
known.
would have taken Schaefer too had they won the lottery, if we're being completely honest.
See, exactly. It wouldn't have mattered who won the lottery. It's just whoever got the lucky draw. That's who it's gonna get the Schaefer. So I
Yep.
mean, okay, but now here we go, and we talked about this on our on the mock draft show on Prospect Watch, where even though there's a lot of parity in this draft, I still think it's a deep draft in the fact that there's a lot of players in here that are going to be able to be good, serviceable, starting NHL players. You
I
know what I
think
mean?
there are players in the fourth, fifth, sixth round that have higher upside than Anton Frondell, who's projected to be the top defenseman or top center from top international player. I don't know why I'm saying defenseman. He's a forward. He can play all three spots. Very good defensive awareness, versatility's there. He improved as a skater. There are some things to where I'm not as critical as I was in the fall, but I still feel like if he reaches his ceiling, you're probably looking at a second line center or winger. I think he can be a very good bottom six player, but he reminds me more of Alexander Wemberg, the Sharks center, who's on the third, fourth line versus Barkov. I think the Barkov comparisons are out of control with him. I'm not saying he'll be bad. I'm just saying I don't agree with the Alexander Barkov comparison for Frondell. I think that's a little bit, you're stretching the truth a little bit, in my opinion.
Not that I don't think Frondell isn't an excellent player. Not that I don't think he's worthy of at least a top 6 pick. I mean, that's kind of how I feel about him. I feel he's got all the tools. So here we go. We got San Jose is going to make the selection here.
Is that WWE wrestler that they're showing going to announce the pick? Is Gary Bettman going to introduce the wrestler and the wrestler's going to announce the pick? Because I think that's what's going to happen.
Oh.
Yep. That is exactly what's going to happen.
Okay. So we're announcing a wrestler.
A professional women's wrestlers announcing the San Jose Sharks selection. I do not know who that is. I know Nikki Glazer's announcing the Blues pick later tonight. Bailey, the WWE superstar. She's announcing the Sharks selection at 2. And Nikki Glazer will be up in 17 picks to announce the Blues first round pick. The Blues only have 3 picks. They have 19. They have a 5th rounder and a 6th rounder, and that's it. Unless the Blues trade out of 19. But I don't think the Blues are going to be that cruel to Nikki Glazer. We'll see. Michael Misa is the pick. All right, perfect. I can just copy and paste the Misa write-up from my mock draft to San Jose, and we're on to the next pick. But before I do that, I'm going to edit this, and Mike M. Misa.
Yeah, man. From the Saginaw. Great team. Great player. This guy is, he's a big center. Okay. This is exactly what San Jose needs to pair with some of the guys they've gotten down there lately. You know what I mean? Their last couple of picks. They're going to need this big guy. He's a playmaker. He knows how to get it done. He's got all of the tools to be that center. He's really good on the face-off dot. I really like this kid. He did put on a couple pounds here in the last little bit. You know what I'm saying? So I think this is a good pick for San Jose. I think he's going to help them sooner rather than later.
I agree. I could see him on the team this year. I could see Schaefer both going to the NHL this year, but it feels like every other player in this draft's either going the NCAA route or they're going back to the CHL or Sweden or Russia, wherever they're contractually playing hockey. That's kind of why this is so intriguing.
I think it depends, because if you get a kid like if we get a steal here of Aiden Park, he might be able to come out and make the team. If you get another kid like Kayshawn Aitchison, he might be able to come in, and you know what I mean? Some of these kids are still going to need some seasoning. I agree, but you never know. Depending on the team that
the team that drafts them and the surprises. Michael Misa, hopefully, I think Ron's Wi-Fi had some challenges. I'm not going to say problems, but maybe challenges is the right word to use. I do have the Michael Misa write-up ready to go, and Michael Misa is officially the San Jose Sharks pick at 2. All right, perfect. All right, so if Ron's still there, I'll post the pick here, and Michael Misa is officially a Shark. So we got Michael Misa. I don't know what's going on with Ron's Wi-Fi, but got Misa here. No, we want to go back to the write-ups. So yeah, Matthew Schaefer. I've got Schaefer's write-up up. I wasn't sure if Misa or Frondell was going to go to San Jose. I'm pretty certain Chicago's taking Frondell, but what I'll do is I'll type that in now, but I won't refresh the site until the pick is in. I'm pretty certain Frondell's going third now. But yeah, I do think we're going to see. And if we get any updates here, I'll post them. But, Toffoli and Celebrini and Eklund are probably going to be in the top line. I think we're going to get Musty, Misa, and Lund on the second line. And then Igor Chernisov, Will Smith, and Delandry is going to be your third line. That's your future. That's not necessarily what's going to happen this season, but I think that long-term, that is your future. And you're going to have Misa playing left wing on the power play with Celebrini, kind of like how Edmonton utilizes Draisaitl and McDavid. I think you're going to see him used in a very similar capacity. And Michael Misa was the number one pick in the 22 OHL draft. And I remember Tracy Porter, one of my friends, saying he might be better than Macklin Celebrini. I don't know if he'll be that good. We'll see. But I believe Sam Dickinson's going to be on the Sharks next year. So the Sharks, I think they will get both Misa and Dickinson up in the NHL next year. If they don't, if they do, they'll be better record-wise. If they don't, I don't know. But I don't know how much better they'll be because, they still have a lot of work to do. And I could see them picking third next year where Chicago's at. It depends. A lot of it depends. We don't really know yet. But all right, so I'll check my messages here, see what's going on here. All right. All right. The Blackhawks are on the clock here. I am preparing for the possibility of Mr. Frondell going third here. The pick's not officially in yet, but I am preparing for, how did I miss this? I missed some critical detail here when doing my NHL write-ups. So I'm going to fix that minor typo. I'm going to fix that right now because I did not think I screwed up that badly, but I did do something wrong on the site. So I'm going to fix that before the Blackhawks pick is announced because I'm pretty certain I know who's going third. I'm fixing this so that we don't have these problems when we get to the latter part of the first round. But yeah, Michael Misa going second does not surprise me. And, Blackhawks are officially about to make their pick. Usually the news ticker is green. I made it orange because I know Ron hosts the SteelFlyers show. I wanted to make him feel welcome at home. And I know orange is the default color of the Philadelphia Flyers organization. So all right, so we've got this updated. I'm waiting to see what the Blackhawks announce. I'm pretty certain it is Frondell. Is Bettman announcing the pick, or is he having a celebrity announce the pick? Because there are some celebrities announcing the picks, and We do have a celebrity announcing the Blackhawks pick in LA. Who is this guy at the Blackhawks hat? I don't really know. Jeremy Roenick, former Blackhawks, former NBC personality, NBC Sports hockey personality. Yeah. So the NHL's mandating neck guards. I appreciate Ron stopping in. If he comes back, awesome. Okay, Ron is back. Have not.
Yeah.
I just posted the write-up for the Sharks, and the Blackhawks are about to announce their picture.
Yep, I'm watching it. I got it. Yeah, I keep losing power here. It's storming bad here where I'm at, so I keep losing power. I'm really
bad
sorry.
here earlier because I wasn't sure if I was gonna have enough time to get cleaned up and get a quick shower before the show, but I did. The thunderstorm ended like right at 6:20. It's not thundering in Cranberry where my mom lives. It's not. It's not. It's Frondell.
Frondell going to the Blackhawks. Woo-wee. Okay. Man, we were not expecting that one, were we?
I was expecting that one. I don't think he's the third best player in the draft, but I was expecting that.
Okay.
Can I just list Djurgårdens instead of Djurgårdens IF? Because we only got 1,000 characters. We're already at 93 for the night. I just think that's a better use of time.
Yeah, I agree.
I am expecting Utah to trade. I'm expecting either Utah or Nashville to trade the pick, but we'll put Utah up now because they are officially on the clock.
Okay.
And
6'1", 204 pounds, man. I got to tell you what. He played really good at Worlds on Team Sweden. I mean, you can't argue. The guy knows how to put the biscuit in the basket. You know what I mean? He
can hit, like, during warmups, he hit a shot in the upper corner of the net, which is the hardest part of the area to score. And that's where the goalie has the most trouble getting the saves, I believe, from hockey experience. I could be wrong on that, Ron, but I think the upper corner is the hardest part to stop, and he knows how to hit that sweet spot with the puck.
That is a hard spot to hit, and the fact that they had Jeremy Roenick announcing the pick here for the Blackhawks, that's pretty cool and classy. I like that. That's pretty cool. But as far as I'm concerned, though, he played in the league there in Sweden. Played with men, 39 points in 29 games. I mean, he does know how to score. I think this is going to be a good match. I think in if he does get to make the team this year, it'll be good for him to be paired up with Bedard. I also like who the other player that the Blackhawks got last year was John Mustard. I think having John Mustard now with Frondell and Bedard, I think that's going to be quite the force to reckon with.
Returning to Sweden next year, but I believe he will be on the Blackhawks by 2026. You don't take him at third overall unless you're confident he's going to be on the roster by 26 next fall.
Or something like that, at least a year away or one or less away to be on the team. No, I'm with you on that. I do
believe if the Djurgårdens regular season ends early in Sweden, we probably will see Frondell for the back end of the 25-26 season, like March or April of 2026, before the regular season ends with Lashunov this past season. That's probably what we'll see if I had to guess.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that 100%. But yeah, like I said, I'm really sorry. It's storming really bad here, so the power has flickered quite a few times, and
I don't know what grade to give this. I don't think it's an A grade, but I don't think it's any worse than a C plus. I think he's a second line guy, but not a first line guy. So I'm going to give it a solid B. I'm not going to be too critical of the kid. Everybody else thinks he's the number one European player, so I'll give it a B and just leave it at that.
I mean, I understand that he's less than a point per game player, with only playing 29 games, where most of the other guys have played almost double that. You know what I mean?
I
So
mean, somebody
I
like
know he did
Martone or
miss some time.
Noir or O'Brien or whoever probably would have gotten a higher grade, but I can't be too critical of this pick because this is the guy the organization loves. And,
Yeah,
Kyle
yeah,
David's
yeah, yeah.
track record's pretty good so far.
So far, yeah. I mean, and he did miss some time with a wrist injury, but he did come into the combine completely 100% good to go. So I think that's why you're seeing him picked third overall. Whether we feel he's the third best player, but like you said, this is Chicago's guy, so they're all good.
Yeah, there were rumors heading into the combine that Frondell was their guy because I know Anthony went to the combine in person. A lot of people I think you could argue anywhere between A plus if you're a Blackhawks fan and C plus, but the grading's irrelevant. The draft process is its own entity, and every team has their own boards. They're all constructed, skewed differently, and this is the
See,
guy the
exactly.
Blackhawks wanted. So that's really all that matters at the end of the day.
I agree. No. I agree 100%. So now
Utah
so
Mammoth are on the
far,
clock, and they've got under 2 minutes to pick.
so far, you've been pretty spot on.
Yeah, I have Brady Martin going here, but honestly, I wish they had gone with the Utah Yeti, and they could have had the Jack Link's beef jerky mascot announce the fourth pick. I'm kidding. I know it's a terrible joke, but if they'd gone with the Utah Yeti, they could have had the Sasquatch come in, and Gary Bettman introduces the Sasquatch. He announces the pick.
Oh my god. Okay, I like that. I'm down with this Sasquatch, but I like the mammoth. Although we're gonna have to see how that's gonna go.
I like the
Um,
Mammoth name too. It's just I like Yeti a little bit more, and the trademark issue is really why they couldn't go with Yeti. But
well, and I'm actually surprised that they went with mammoth because there is a Utah Mammoth, but it's a lacrosse team, I believe, that's been in existence now for like over 20 years, right? And they just okay. So okay, we'll see. But I like the jerseys. I like the mammoth. I'm excited for them
I am
to
too.
move forward.
I think they've got a shot to make the playoffs as like a wild card 1 or wild card 2 next year if they get the right player here.
I agree. That's why I don't think we're going to see a trade because
I
their pick
don't
is
either.
in. Their pick is in.
I don't. If there was a trade, it would have happened by now. And the
Yeah,
fact that they took 3 guys to dinner. They took Martone, they took Brady Martin, and they took Higgins to dinner. And the guy that they talked about the most after the dinner was Martin. But it doesn't. We don't really know. They may if they take Day Noir and surprise everybody. That means they probably went to dinner with him too. But it's 2022. You go back to that draft. Everybody was expecting Shane Wright to be the Coyotes pick at the time. Logan Cooley was projected to go third in most mock drafts that year. And I'm guessing Logan Cooley impressed Bill Armstrong a little bit more than Shane Wright. That's why he ended up going with Cooley and sticking to his guns at the end of the day.
I agree. Yep, I agree.
So that's why whoever Utah picks here, I just trust Armstrong, and I think it's going to be very similar to 22. They're just going to stick to their board, take their guy here, whoever it is, whether it's Martone, Day Noir, or Higgins or Brady Martin. I believe they are going to take their guy. Well, Stephen Ellis is saying Caleb Day Noir is the pick. I don't know if that's true yet. I'll type it in, but I'm not going to. I don't want to leak the pick. I'll type it in. I'm not going to finalize it yet. It's not official on ESPN. It doesn't really feel ethical to do that. And that could be a smokescreen, Ron?
Yeah, he's doing the mammoth call. So okay, whatever. Just say the freaking name already.
Yeah, I think it's Day Noir, but I'm not saving it yet because I don't know if it's official or not yet. That's part of it.
It is. It's Caleb Dayone. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. So his brother plays for the Philadelphia Flyers, right? And I honestly think that Caleb Dayone is better.
He is.
Yeah.
Like, he was just so complete, 200-foot game coming into the QMJHL draft,
Exactly.
and
See, that's why.
I was telling people this guy is gonna be he's gonna be right below McKinnon and Crosby in terms of tiers of QMJHL legends. He's not he's above most players in the last 10 or 11 NHL drafts when it comes to QMJHL talent, but he's right below McKinnon and Crosby. But he's
Yep.
right above everyone else. He's really a
Yeah.
very talented
I
player.
I think he's more feisty than Elliot Deontay is for the Flyers. I think he has I think his game is a little bit more put together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's more than a point per game producer. So I really like his fluid skating. As far as that's concerned, I really was kind of, up in the air about where I thought he was going to go, but hey, man, he's going to the Mammoth. I think that's a good pick for them.
I'm guessing the Mammoth went to dinner with him too before ultimately settling on him, because there's no way they didn't go to dinner with him. They went to dinner with all these guys. They were vetting these guys out, and the whole Brady Martin thing, that is masterclass George Clooney acting by general manager Bill Armstrong.
There you go.
I can't believe I'm comparing Bill Armstrong to George Clooney. I know he's been great as the Blues assistant GM, Arizona, Utah GM. I can't believe I'm comparing to Clooney, but this is Hollywood after all. This is where the draft is, so you're going to get a few Hollywood references. I'm going to try to limit them, but you're going to get a few.
Okay. Hey, that's all right, man. It's all good, brother. It's all good. But he gets to don the Utah sweater. So I like I said, I really think that's a good pick for
I agree.
Utah.
This is probably going to be an A+ for me. I know it's a little bit out there, but I had him as number 4 on behind Martone on my big board, so I don't really have any argument against this pick. I think he will be a very good second line center behind Logan Cooley, and if Cooley gets injured, I think he can play that top line in relief of him too. So,
and I think he can too, because I think he also he's not the greatest at the dot. But is serviceable there.
Yeah.
That's something I think that he could probably get coached up and get better at.
And I like Barrett Hayton, but I think he's a better third line center until his contract runs out. I wasn't super high on Barrett Hayton when he was drafted in 2019, but I think he's shown he can be an asset when he's healthy.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree. 100%. So now he gets to do the interview here with the general managers and everything,
and he's
like
going
I said,
back to Moncton next year because Moncton already promised him the captaincy if he returned for one more year of development.
And I don't have
ready right now, but at the same time, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, Ron.
I don't have a problem with these guys deciding to go back. Do you know what I mean? Because especially if like if you played on a team that lost out on the Memorial Cup the year before, and your team is really built to go back again, you're going to want to go back there.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Right.
Yep.
So, and a lot of these guys spend every waking moment with their teammates, and stuff like that, because a lot of them live close by or things of that nature. You know what I mean? And so I can understand why guys would want to go back, because sometimes they still have things to prove. Do you know?
Yep, absolutely.
So, but I really like him. He's another really good 200-foot game. I like Caleb Deontay. I think he's going to be a good player for Utah.
I agree. And it's not just the fact that he's going to be a good player. There's something, I love the fit. I love the fit for him here, because he goes to a situation where he doesn't have to be the top line guy. He can be second line guy, but he's capable of stepping into the top line if something happens to Cooley. It's the fit. It's not just the value, it's the fit. I love the fit here.
I agree. All right, man. Well, we got Nashville on the clock.
Yep. And I'm still working on the write-up, but his line mates should be JJ Peterka and Nick Schmaltz, because I think Keller and Gunther are going to remain on the top line.
Okay.
But
Okay.
Peterka did get traded from Buffalo to Utah. And Peterka was a guy I was high on back in 2020. I'm surprised the Sabres traded him. And all they got in return was Josh Doan, I think a veteran defenseman. And they didn't even get any draft picks back. I
Yeah,
would not have made that trade.
yeah. That's
I didn't like. I know Adams wants guys that can win now versus younger players, but I think him trading away Peterka and Savoy are both going to backfire this year.
that's a dome scratcher, man. As far as I'm concerned, because that's like, what are you doing? What? You finally get some good players there, and you're trading them away. Okay.
We'll see how it goes for Buffalo, but I don't think it's going to go well.
Yeah, I don't either. Oh man. Okay, so like you said, you thought we were going to see Utah trade. We haven't seen them trade.
They didn't trade. I said if a team trades Higgins rights away, it's going to be Nashville, because I was saying Utah, with all the players they were taking out to dinner, I didn't think they were going to trade this pick, but a lot of people on social media said the Islanders are going to move up to 4 for Higgins today. A lot of people on social media were saying that. I thought it was a smokescreen.
Well, we haven't. I mean, they're cranking through these picks here, and usually when there's a trade, you usually don't get to 40 seconds. You know what I mean? So
I agree.
Unless there is here, they say the pick is
I
in.
don't think the Islanders are going to move up for Higgins unless he drops to like 8. Unless the Predators, the Bruins, and the Flyers all pass on him and he's there at 8, and Ron Francis says, we're steady at center, let's move down and get more draft capital. I don't think a trade for Higgins is going to take place for the Islanders unless Higgins makes it to the Kraken at 8. And then Ron Francis can operate a bidding war between the Penguins and Islanders for that pick. You see, Ron? And
yeah, I'm with you now. Okay, I got you now.
That will lead to a trade.
Okay. Yeah.
Because
I'm with
both
you.
teams have multiple first-round picks, and I think the Penguins have more ammo if there's a certain player they want at 8.
And or depending on what the Flyers do.
That's true too.
Right, because they're at pick
Briere
6.
could stay put, but he could also move down. I don't think he's going to move up, but yeah, I do have the Danoir pick up. I'll get that up right now. I've already got because I mean,
so they got Shea Weber announcing the pick here for the Nashville Predators.
Shea Weber, he's out in the park. It's like a local park
or something. Yeah, he's outside somewhere.
I know there's a Nashville SC soccer team, but that's not their soccer.
Brady Martin,
like a
Brady Martin, Sault Ste. Marie from the OHL.
Wow, that's a great pick. Brady Martin.
There you go, man. Spot on again. Do you like pick lottery numbers or something, man?
No, I don't pick lottery numbers. I also don't have a crystal ball. The closest thing I have to a crystal ball is like one of those Simpsons fortune teller 8 balls that I had at my parents' house as a kid.
Yeah. You shake it and it says could be.
Yep.
6 foot, 186 pounds, man.
I'm just going to put SSMs for Sault Ste. Marie to save character spaces. I just think that's the best way to go about this.
I mean, in 57 games, he had 33 goals, 39 assists. That's over a point per game player. Good center. Played really well. Got a gold medal at the World Championships for the U18. He had 11 points in 7 games. I got to tell you, man, this guy, Brady Martin, pretty darn good player here.
Yep, I agree. I had him in my top 10. This pick was going to be a center. I just didn't know which one it was going to be at 5. That's the big dilemma.
No, I agree. Now, so far we've had what?
I probably would have given Nashville an A+ for Martonen and a straight up A for any other center. I'm going to give Martin an A here.
Yeah, I would give him an A. I mean, he also won the gold medal at the Hlinka Gretzky Cup as well too. So I mean,
yeah.
The kid's really good player.
He is a really good player, really good person, really good character. I'm not surprised he went this early to Nashville. This is going to be interesting, though, with Nashville, because I think they've already got a few centers. I'll look at them in a little bit here, but I've got a few things I'm typing for the Nashville, like with the line combinations and stuff.
Yeah,
And I'm
it'd be
also looking
interesting
at
down there. That's going to be interesting because I don't know if we're going to see him necessarily make the
they've got
team.
Stamkos and O'Reilly as their top two centers, so they can ease him in. They also have Fyodor Svechkov coming up next year, their 2021 first-round pick out of Russia that I was a big fan of. He's going to be on the NHL roster next season because
And that's
their
that's
GMs
why,
are
yeah,
getting younger.
right. And that's why I think that Martin, they're not going to necessarily have to rush Martin. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? They're going to be able to
Right
bring
now,
him
their
along.
fourth line center is Colton Sissons. I believe he only has 1 or 2 years left on his contract. I think Martin is going to replace Sissons, and if Svechkov is terrible, they will make him the replacement to Svechkov next year, and they'll just move Svechkov down to the fourth line. Basically, this season is an audition for Svechkov, and if he disappoints, he moves down to line 4 to replace Sissons, and Martin moves up to line 3 and potentially positions himself to replace O'Reilly on the top 6 down the road. That's kind of how I see Nashville taking this approach. Maybe I'm wrong. What do you think, Ron?
No, I like that. Here's the thing about the drafts with these guys, and a lot of people are like, well, I
Some
don't
guys
understand.
stay in juniors until 20. Others go straight to the NHL. It's not an exact science.
And the other thing that they get too is they get to go to the training camp. They get to go to, that whole they get to go through that whole regime for their first year that they're drafted. And then they get to go to training camp for that first year, you know what I mean? And then if they can make the team out of training camp, which it's few and far between, where you see these guys that are drafted, even in the first round. I mean, you have to be a Matthew Schaefer type player, to come out of the draft and make it for the first go round. You know what I'm saying? You have to be a Connor Bedard to kind of do that. So you kind of have to take these draft picks with a little bit of grain of salt here because
Exactly.
these guys aren't going to play right away.
They aren't. I outside of Misa and Schaefer, nobody else is going to play right away. Just updating our audience on the line combinations here. We've got Dane Wire, and
Ooh,
a number
nice.
5 pick was Brady Martin, who went 3rd in the OHL draft. He was the captain of the Waterloo Wolves under 16 team, because I remember he was 3rd behind Schaefer and Ryan Ruberek, who's probably going to go number 2 behind McKenna. It's gonna be either Ruberek or Keaton Verahoff, because Keaton Verahoff looked more impressive as a 16-year-old than Schaefer. But that's just because he played more games. That doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't have Schaefer's stride, that pop. But as a defensive defender, he looked a little bit more refined, a little bit more polished. But TNT sports announcer Charles Barkley, he's announcing the pick for your Flyers at number 6.
I know, man. I'm excited. I can't believe they got the Charles Barkley to do that. I mean,
That's awesome.
last year they had the guy that says, "Let's get ready to rumble." They had that guy do the number 1 pick. So Charles Barkley, here we go. I'm sitting at the edge of my chair here, man. Come on, Danny. Come on, Danny.
We've got 75 viewers here already. Wow. Thank you guys so much.
That's awesome. Thanks everybody for hopping on and watching us, man.
69 on X, 2 on Facebook, 1 on YouTube, 1 on Twitch, and 2 on Kick, which I'm probably going to move over from
Porter Martone! Porter Martone!
Yes, Danny Briere, you get a high five for that.
Yes, you do. You get a high five, baby. Woo! Oh my gosh, Porter Martone coming to the Philadelphia Flyers. Let me tell you something, man. This kid is the captain on his team, okay? This guy is, the coach would go to him and say, look, I need you to go out here and take care of business, and this guy would go out and take care of business.
His nickname's Martone.
Right,
I want to call him Marty McFly Martone because he's that guy. Marty McFly was that guy in the Back to the Future movie. Porter Martone is that guy on the branch of Steelheads.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. 6'3", right?
And that's how you take a nickname and make it even more awesome. You go from Marty Martone to Marty McFly Martone. You are taking that nickname and you are taking it to a whole new level and having fun with it.
I mean, we are definitely going to 88 miles an hour here on this one.
Exactly, Doc.
Oh my gosh. But look, 98 points in the OHL. That's tied for 11th and with 37 goals, and one of the top players in the OHL this year. This guy is definitely the real deal. Now, we know that Philadelphia is looking for centers, but we really feel that the pickup of Zegras, because that's where Zegras really wants to play, right? And with getting rid of Poling, getting rid of Scotty Lawton and some of the other guys, I think you're going to see Porter Martone. He's probably going to play on the wing, but they might slot him in to play a little bit center.
Yeah, and he was a gold medalist in the Holinka Gretzky Gold Cup, 5 points in 5 games, as ESPN is revealing.
I mean, the guy is definitely, I'm impressed. I have to say, I'm very much impressed with this pick for Philadelphia. I think this is not their typical type of player that they pick. Porter Martone has more of a 200-foot game. He's a little bit better responsible on the defensive side, but he knows how to put the biscuit in the basket. He's a finisher. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what Philadelphia needs. They need finishers.
Agreed. I'm looking to see what the line combinations are for the Flyers, because I mean they're going to have Couturier most likely as the top line center. I projected Day Noir, but they're probably going to have. I think right now Forster and Brink are the top line wingers, but Michkov and Konechny were the wingers last year. I think Konechny probably moves back to center, and Michkov and Martone are on that second line probably to start out. But I think Martone could play on the first line too. He's that good.
He is that good. I agree with you on that. He could play on the top line.
But they'll probably start him out on the second line to ease him in, try to get a feel for him.
Or maybe third line. He might be a third liner just to, like you said, to ease him in. But like I said, with the Zegras trade,
they've got Owen Tippett and they've got Garnet Hathaway, who's in a contract year. But I think Hathaway's probably going to get moved within the next day. I would not be surprised if Hathaway gets moved tomorrow, to be honest, because he's in a contract year. And if you think Martone's ready this year, he probably gets moved at a certain point. I don't think he gets moved right away, but if Martone makes the team as a rookie, as an 18-year-old, and he doesn't go back or he doesn't go the college route, I don't know. Ron, I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's the thing. And they get 10 games. If the player makes it out of camp, they can still play. They can play 9 games.
9 games, and then if they play the 10th game, they're inked that contract for the rookie year if they stay in the
Correct. But if they play 9 games and they get sent back, like that's what they did with Jet Luchenko. So that's the other player that we need to factor in as well as Jet Luchenko is going to be part of that as well. So that's why I think you're going to see Porter Martone maybe start off on the second or third line. Do you know what I mean? In Philadelphia?
Yeah, because they could play Konechny, or they could play Konechny. They can keep Konechny at right winger, or they can probably put him. So Ryan Poling's in a contract year, but Luchenko's going to replace Poling.
Poling's gone.
He got traded.
He got traded for the Zegras.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So then Luchenko's replacing him.
I just see that now you're getting there. So now that's why I think where you're going to see probably Zegras play top line more than likely. I think you're going to see him play with Konechny and Michkov. Then you're going to see Couturier, and then you're going to probably either see Tippett, and you could potentially see Martone there, okay, or depending on how you want to fly. You know what I'm saying? There's guys that
I
could
think Noah
slot
Cates
into
is
that.
the fourth line left winger.
So that's the other thing too. Noah Cates is another one. You mentioned Garnet Hathaway is another one
Yep.
as well too. And then with Owen Tippett, with Bobby Brink. So you got wingers there. So I don't know. I it's going to be hard to see where he's going to slot in. I still maybe see him third line though with Martone. Here we go. Boston Bruins pick is in. Who are they going to get?
I think it's
to
Roger
announce it?
McQueen here. I don't know.
I think so too. I absolutely think it's going to be Roger McQueen because Frondell is off the board,
and
right?
the Bruins GM Don Sweeney kind of gave it away at the post lottery press conference. He kind of tipped his hand. He said, "We're looking at a player with injury history and a player from Sweden." I think the player from Sweden he was looking at was Frondell, but it could have been Eklund. We don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
It's going to be It's going to be McQueen or Eklund. But when Anthony Prospect Don came on the show, he said that Sweeney went to 3 of McQueen's games in person. So that sort of has me leaning McQueen at 7.
McQueen is a Boston guy, man.
Yeah,
Come on.
I agree. I'm in complete agreement with you.
I mean, he even mentioned that when we had him on the show. We interviewed Roger McQueen on the show. They got Adam Sandler announcing the pick here for
because he wore the Bruins jersey and Happy Gilmore. That's the whole
yeah. This shtick, right? Okay,
yep.
and I saw the Marty McFly, James Haggins. Oh, James Haggins.
Yeah,
that is not who we thought.
I love how. See, you can't trust anything Don Sweeney says.
You know,
press conferences. He's pulling all these strings like puppet master, and I'm sure the Islanders are upset about that, which means they're probably keeping 16 and 17 because I don't see them moving for anybody else anybody else with Haggins.
Yeah, no, probably not. No, probably not. Oh my gosh, this guy played amazing for the United States in Worlds and at Juniors. Is an amazing player, a great center. He plays a big game, even though he's 5'11" and he's 186 pounds. He plays a bigger game. Playing with Boston College this year. Oh my God! I mean, all the players that were on Boston College this year. I mean, are you kidding?
Boston College was amazing. I honestly considered going back to Boston College just to see Haggins, but I saw Boston College on TV. I saw him on social media. I was keeping track of Fowler's progress there.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Watching, I watched the Bean Pot. I watch that every year. I watch that tournament every year, just because usually these are preeminent teams that are playing. Boston University, Boston College, Harvard. I mean, these are really, really, really good teams up there that are playing. Quinnipiac is another one. The V's are another one. There's a lot of teams up there that
in college football, it's the SEC and the Big Ten. And it's the ACC and SEC in basketball. In college hockey, it's the Big Ten. It's Hockey East. Hockey East, the conference.
Yes,
Hockey East.
Absolutely.
They do not get the respect they deserve. They should, but Hockey East, they are the powerhouse in.
I agree with you 100%.
You have to go to a Boston College game to learn that firsthand.
Exactly. I agree with you 100%, man. 100%. 5 goals, 4 assists.
I think Maine won the Hockey East tournament this year. Because Maine's not a team that usually wins that tournament. It was great to see their school win that tournament for once. The variety made it.
It was the first time that the Maine was there at the NCAA semifinals. I was there as media covering the semifinals there in Allentown. Got to watch really, really good hockey, and Maine played really, really well against UConn. And then got to watch Penn State just take care of business there and make it to the Frozen Four. Now, unfortunately, Penn State,
I
lost to guess who?
Higgins on the 4th line to replace Fraser Minton right now. I think they could, and it would work. The thing is, Higgins might have a higher ceiling than some of the veterans on this team like Zaka and Lindholm. So why rush him? Let him reach his ceiling. Let him blossom and let him reach his ceiling.
I agree. And that's the other cool thing now. He's 18. Okay. So playing with Boston College, playing with NCAA. I'm going to be interested to see if he makes it out of camp for Boston. If not, then he'll go to the AHL team.
I agree. And
Yeah.
Providence Bruins could, if he signs with Boston, that Chicago, they had Lashunov play with Rockford. I could see Higgins doing something like that where he goes to Providence and he plays with the Bruins in the AHL if they don't want him going back to college.
And I absolutely think that's exactly what's going to happen because he's at that level now. It's time for him to turn pro. He's at that level. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So,
I mean, he checked every box like Bedard and Celebrini, but just didn't generate as much hype as either guy. And he broke Kucherov's record at the IIHF World Tournament. Okay, the Kraken's on the clock there. No, the Kraken called a timeout to guarantee themselves extra minutes. So, and I do need to update. I'll update the. I've updated the site. I'll update the ticker here. Philadelphia, they took Porter Martone.
yep.
P. Martone.
And
Boston took James Higgins, center BC. I'm just typing BC to save us a little bit of time, and Seattle's on the clock right now. All right.
Yep.
So that's updated. I think the site's updated, and I'll reload that screen share that to make sure everything is working properly. And
I mean, they had Gabe Perreault, Ryan Leonard, and James Higgins on the same team. Come on.
They did. Ryan Leonard, and I saw Leonard in the Boston College game where they beat Boston University. Yeah. Ryan Leonard and Perreault absolutely took over that game.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. I was watching that game too. You're absolutely right. I can't wait to see when Leonard makes it. I really can't wait to see.
I thought I played a few games for the Capitals in the Stanley Cup playoffs last year.
He did. He did play a couple playoff games, but and it was a very small body of work. But man, the Kraken, their pick is in. I got to be honest with you here. I'm pretty impressed at the speed here. And
they got Frederick Gauthier at a trade today because I was thinking, the guy they drafted last year, I really liked the player they got last year from the Spokane Chiefs. I was thinking that guy would be ready to make the jump to the NHL, but they got Frederick Gauthier on a trade. He's got 3 years left in his contract. It gives them a little bit more time to develop. Why am I?
Yeah, I agree.
The guy they took, they took a player from the Spokane Chiefs last year in the first round, 8th overall, and he's a really good player. I liked him. Berkeley Catan, that's it. Berkeley Catan, because he got Spokane to the WHL finals this year. He'll have another year in the and he'll probably go to Coachella Valley because you have Veleno and you have Gaudreau now. So you have that stability at center. I think stable at right winger. I would be shocked if this wasn't a defenseman because you have Marshman as your third line left winger and you have Ty Carty. But I think Marshman's probably a stopgap. They also have Jagger Furcus and Carson Repkoff, a 2023 second round pick in the system.
Yeah. They got. I'll tell you what.
Is that Mick Jagger announcing the pick for the Kraken? Who is that?
Oh my gosh! No,
it's Jerry Bruckheimer. I can't believe I got Jerry Bruckheimer mixed up with Mick Jagger. What? I'm sorry, Mick Jagger. I apologize. You're a legend. Bruckheimer is too, but okay, it's another center. It's Jake O'Brien.
Oh, Jake O'Brien!
Wow,
I thought Philly was going to take.
I love Jake O'Brien. I'm just shocked they're loaded at center though.
I mean,
player available.
I mean, you can't necessarily turn down offense.
You really can't.
You can't. You just can't turn it down. And this kid is definitely that. I mean, 6'2", 177 pounds, a center, definitely knows how to put the biscuit in the basket. Okay. So really like this pick. I really
Yeah,
thought
this
that.
tells me Gaudreau's probably gone when his contract's up. But if Shane Wright underachieves, they're going to probably move him and bring somebody up, whether it's an O'Brien or whether it's a Berkeley Catan, because both went 8th overall. Seattle definitely has a lot of leverage now.
No, I agree, and I definitely feel that he has an opportunity to make it out of camp for Seattle or for the Kraken. Yeah,
I'm
I
surprised this
mean,
was a pick, but this is probably going to get another A plus because remember, Jake O'Brien, he was the OHL Rookie of the Year last year, not
yes, he was
Matthew Schaefer, not Porter Martone, not Michael Misa. It was this young man, Jake O'Brien.
32 goals, for
66 assists, 98 points
66
this past
assists,
season.
98 points. Yeah. Yeah, boy. He looks pretty good there. Look, I got to tell you something, man. Honestly, I love that Seattle jersey.
I do too. The Kraken jersey so
Yeah.
underrated.
Oh man, and I like the third jersey that they have as well too, man. And I really like that jersey. I think that's a hot jersey.
Yeah, I agree. I am gonna get the Jake O'Brien pick up, and I think this guy is gonna be good. And you know, having these two centers, Catan and O'Brien, in your prospect pool, it gives you leverage because I think they're Chandler Stevenson. I see him playing out his 7-year contract and then moving on because he'll be like in his 30s by then. He's got 6 years left on that deal, but by the time that contract's up, he will be in his 30s, and you'll have these two young centers in Catan and O'Brien who are ready to come up and ready to blossom if you're just patient with them. So I think outside of Matty Beniers, nobody else at center on this roster is safe after their contracts are up. Not Gauthier, not Shane Wright, even though I was a big fan of Wright, and not even Chandler Stevenson. He'll keep his job, of course, while he's under contract, but
Yeah.
I think I can't say any of them are going to get renewed when their deals are up because you have these two young guys in Catan and O'Brien who could be the stars of the future for your center core.
Can't disagree with that at all, man. Can't disagree. Good that look, they're showing it right here now, exactly with what you were talking about. Catan, Sale, Wright, Beniers, and now O'Brien, right? In the last, since 2001, the players that they've selected. So
What
so
is it?
far, with the exception of Schaefer, everybody's been offense.
Yeah. And I this is going to be interesting here for Buffalo because I am very interested to see what's going to happen with the Buffalo Sabres here at pick number 9. Okay, so I've got the Brantford pick typed. I'm just on the site. I'm just waiting because it takes a few minutes to find the pick. I had O'Brien at 13. That's why it took a few minutes to find.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I didn't think he was going to fall that far based just on talent alone because I had him in my top 10. I'm just surprised the Kraken took him here because they have a lot of stability short term at center. But I guess long term, outside of Beniers, you have Chandler Stevenson, who's in his late 20s. He's going to be in his 30s by the time that contract's up. And then you got Shane Wright, your third line guy who's young. He could be your future second line center if you decide to move Stevenson. And then you've got Gaudreau, who you got in the trade with the Wild because the Seattle Kraken, they gave him a fourth-round pick from Minnesota earlier this week.
Yeah. I'm with you on that, man. That, like I said, that's a pretty. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna be interested to see how the new coach is gonna handle things up there in
The
Seattle.
new coach, I believe, is Lane Lambert. He's
Yes.
getting a second chance as a head coach.
Yes.
And
I mean, you had Dave Hackstall there, and
they had Dan Bilesman. They both third coach in 3rd years for the Kraken.
Yeah, you guys, you need to get a guy up there that can stay. Okay, you need to get a guy up there that can stay, that can give you that stability. And people don't realize that coaching in the NHL, your shelf life is so small in the NHL that most coaches only last at best 3
You don't
years.
get enough time to blossom in the NHL like you do in some of these other sports, whether it's NFL or NFL and MLB. It seems like you get the most time you don't get a lot of time in hockey or basketball. Usually recycled after a while. But yeah, Jake O'Brien is the pick at 8. I've got that up, so I'm all caught up. And once we get Buffalo's pick in, I'm going to go back on X here and try to find out what that pick is. So I'm going to try to find out. I'm not going to leak it, but I'm going to try to get an idea of what the Sabres are going to do. Because Kevin Adams, I think Kevin Adams is in a little bit of a bind here.
They're getting ready to do the pick is in right now. It's saying, so they're talking to Schaefer right now. So I don't know, man. Who do we think here?
Somebody in the chat rooms is saying, are the Sabres going to get a better player than? Are they going to get an NHL equivalent of Josh Allen? No, that is not going to happen. I mean, most of the good centers are gone, and I don't know if there's an NHL version of Josh Allen in this draft. As much as I hate to say it,
unless they do pick Roger McQueen.
If they get McQueen, they got a shot. That's the closest thing you're going to get to a hockey version of Allen.
But I mean, that, Victor Eklund wouldn't be a bad pick here either.
Okay, so 25 minutes ago, Victor Eklund of the Sabres. But yeah, Rasmus Dahlin basically said there have got to be some changes this year. He's in the third year of an 8-year contract, paying him $11 million. It sounds like he's not going to want to stick around if the Sabres don't at least show some signs of fighting for a playoff spot, some signs of life this year.
Something.
I don't think he'll be gone this year. I'm thinking like 27 or 28 when there's like 2 or 3 years left on his contract. Kind of how Chicago dealt Seth Jones. We're going to see something like that with him in a couple of years. And the Goo Goo Dolls are announcing the Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah. No, that's one for you.
Stephen Ellis is saying it's Radim Murtka, the defenseman.
Yep, it is.
Interesting pick.
Yep.
I do like the pick, though. Radim Murtka was my number 2 defenseman, but I mean, who did?
Yeah, I thought you had him going a little earlier.
I had him going 1 pick earlier to the Seattle Kraken, but the Kraken chose O'Brien.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, hey.
I mean, Murtka looked really good against the Everett Silvertips. He outplayed Landon DuPont in that playoff game, 6-6.
Yeah, you were talking about that.
Wheels
before.
Despite his size. He's got wheels. So,
and you can't just say that he's a good skater for a big man. You just have to say he's a good skater.
He is.
Right? Because 6'6", 218 pounds. All right. I like defensemen that are that kind of tall. He's a check finisher. You know what I mean? He's got really good vision. He's got a heck of a shot, good speed. Like I said, he's good skater. Not just good skater for a big man, but just good skater, mic drop. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And he led Seattle defensemen in 35 points. And I really wasn't looking at him at the beginning of this draft process. In the fall, I was looking at guys like Logan Hensler, Schaefer, and really Kate Aitchison. Those were the 3 I was looking at. This guy sort of flew up on the radar. He was a second-round pick in the CHL import draft. But Craig Button talked about him as a possibility for the Kraken. I watched the tape after the lottery came out, and I was impressed with what I saw. So I'm not surprised he got picked here. I think this is an outstanding selection, and I had him as my number 2 defenseman in this draft.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I mean, that's definitely a good pick for sure. 4 points in 5 games at the World Juniors with the Czechia team.
I'm expecting Eklund to come off the board for the Ducks at 10, because the thing I've heard with the Ducks is they had a bunch of they had like 4 defensemen in the 7 through 10 range on their board, but they had a forward in their top. They do have 5 forwards in their top 6 outside of Schaefer at 1. That's the thing I've heard with their big board. And I think Eklund 6 on their board. It's not a rumor. That's a hypothesis. There's a difference between a draft rumor, a draft hypothesis.
Yeah, right.
Hypothesis, scientific formula. My hypothesis is that Victor Eklund is 6th on the board, and then some of the other defensemen like Murtka, who's now gone, and Aitchison, they're like in that 7 through 10 range.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're going to see Aitchison go sooner. He might. Yeah, I hope
It
I
depends
hope
how
they
much
do.
confidence the Ducks have in guys like Tristan Luneau, Owen Zellweger, because the Ducks have the Ducks had the OHL, WHL, and QMJHL Defenseman of the Year on their team at one point. How confident are you in those guys? Are you confident in Zellweger? Are you confident in Tristan Luneau? Are you confident in those guys? If you're not confident in those guys, take a defender here.
And yeah, I mean, so we're getting to that point here where we didn't think that Aitchison would make it past
I
the
had him go to the
Penguins.
Rangers at 12. But yeah, he's going to Buffalo is taking Radim Murtka. And I'm
There you
just gonna
go.
put Seattle. We're at 295 out of 1,000 characters. Should I just put C, like SCA? Because we're getting to that point where I'm at 291 out of 1,000 characters. So I'm just gonna put the abbreviation.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't like it, but this is the reality. And we do have a comment in the chat room. What else do we have here? Is this you? Wow, cannot believe some of the picks that
Yeah,
haven't
that's
come off the
me.
board. Who are some of
Yeah.
the gems that you think are still available here?
Well, I definitely think that you're still going to see a Roger McQueen as a gem. I still think you're going to see a Lyndon Lakovic is going to go. I still think you're going to see a Kayshawn Aitchison is going to go. One name that we haven't really even been talking about or anything else either is maybe even a Malcolm Spence. You might see that
I
name
love
as well too.
Spence. I had him in my top 15 at the beginning of the year. I think he's going to go to the Isle. I think him and Jackson Smith could both end up on the Islanders. But this
He's
is going to
another
be
one
very
too.
interesting.
Yeah, I like that name too, Jackson Smith. He's another one too. He's another guy that we interviewed on Prospect Watch, and he's committed to going to Penn State. Playing with another Prospect Watch alum and a Nashville draft pick, Aiden Fink. So I really like Jackson Smith. He's another really good defenseman, I think, on the list as well too.
Agreed. And the Ducks still have a minute to pick. I'm still looking at. Okay, I've got the Buffalo. I've got the write up for Radim Murtka. I just have to copy and paste the Radim Murtka pick. Hopefully, I don't mention the Kraken here. If there's any, I don't see any. No, it's just I mentioned scouting reports and stuff. I didn't mention him going to the Kraken in the write up once. I just mentioned, so that's good. So now I just have to take the visuals, copy and paste the visuals, and I'm pretty much done with the Kraken pick, and I can share that with a minute to spare before the Ducks make their pick. I don't know how much I will have, but I got to move a little bit faster. There we go. Done.
See, that's pretty fast. See?
Yeah. 54.
I do like. Yeah, I do like that though. With those couple.
Probably going to give this an A+ because he's my number 2 defenseman. But you could argue it's an A or an A-. You really could because you got McQueen on the board, you've got Eklund on the board. There's a bunch of players you can make an argument for over Murtka.
You got
he really wowed me on tape.
The board, you know what I mean? You still got
you can if you disagree with this grade, that's cool. I respect that because Carter Bear's still on the board. That would be cool if Carter Bear went number 10 here, but I think the Penguins are probably going to take if I had to guess, the Penguins are going to take either McQueen or Bear at 11 because I mocked Bear to Pittsburgh at 11. One time when watching the highlights of Carter Bear, I heard somebody say, I think he may have said F ya on the ice, and he just started skating, having a bunch of fun, very fiery, very confident, and very humble off the ice too. Very good.
Yeah.
I've seen your interview with him on Prospect Watch, and I saw Anthony's interview with him. So, and he's got the attitude you want.
He does,
I call
man.
him Baker Mayfield on skates.
All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. So who do we got here announcing the pick here?
The Anaheim Ducks. I want to say the orange couple, but that's just disrespectful. That's disrespectful to the people in the Lorax universe. I don't know, Dr. Seuss. I don't know, orange people. It's not really nice. Orange couple, but I'm upsetting my father. He was a graduate of the University of Tennessee, Rocky Top, Tennessee.
Okay. So we got Anaheim is making the pick here with, and it is come on, read your little card.
Who do we got here?
It takes longer for them to actually announce it.
Well, maybe the card's in Mandarin. Who knows? Maybe the name's written in Mandarin and they need time to translate. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You know how them Californians are,
It's
you know.
funny. It's funny. It's just.
You sure you got the right card? Come on now. Say the name. It is. It's Roger McQueen. Gone to
Anaheim.
Anaheim. Oh my gosh. Boy, look, I'm going to tell you something here. With Cutter Gauthier, with Ryan Poling, and with the trade that they did with Trevor Zegras, they need a Roger McQueen. What a playmaker this young man is. We had an absolute honor and joy to speak to Roger McQueen on Prospect Watch. Hop on over to steelflyers.com/link/prospect watch to catch all the interviews we did, especially here with Roger McQueen. This guy was an amazing young man to talk to. He's very driven. He was dealing with an injury issue where, unfortunately, he was misdiagnosed and had to go through all that. Even though he did miss time, he did come back and play really, really well, showed out really well, played in the playoffs, did really well. I really, really like this kid. I don't care where he's being selected. I don't care what team he's on. The Anaheim Ducks just got an A-plus ranked player right here.
And the only pick that's not an A+ is Frondell at 3, and that's a B grade for me. Every other pick in this top 10 was an A+. That should tell you how strong the top of this draft is.
Exactly. This kid's got vision. He's got speed. He's got size. He's got all the intangibles as well. Leadership. He's a voice in the locker room. You know what I'm saying? So I really like this kid. Really, really like this kid.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, you can argue Chicago reached slightly, but if the lowest grade through 10 picks is a B grade, there's no losers tonight. Everybody's done their homework. The kids are having fun. They're getting sworn into their teams, their organizations. Everybody's having a great time tonight. So
I agree. So proud. So happy to see Roger McQueen get picked.
And I think McQueen
overall.
could eventually supplant McTavish as the second line center. I know they have Strome as the third line guy. Nathan Gotcher, he was 6'4", 220.
And I like McTavish. I really like McTavish too. So
McTavish is good too, but like they have a lot of stability. But I think they're in a great spot to where I'm guessing Ryan Strome, I think he was in the 11 draft with Dougie Hamilton and Nugent Hopkins. So if that's the case, my guess is McQueen's probably the replacement to Strome whenever his contract runs out.
Yeah, I mean, not only is McQueen, really good at what he's doing, but he's got the size, man. 6'6", over 200 pounds. I mean, he is the quintessential, top line center. I mean, this is when you look at the Stanley Cup winning teams, you see all their top line centers are all big like this guy is.
Yeah, all the Stanley Cup champions, they have depth at center, they have depth at wing, both wing spots, depth on the blue line and the goalie, the complete team on paper. And it starts with the centers. I think if we're doing I know there's positional value pyramids for football. If that was the case for hockey, it probably center, defenseman, goalie, and then the wingers. Wingers are important too, but you want to have that stability at center and defense and goalie first.
See, now I would just change that a little bit and put goalie for a little bit higher.
That's true because it's harder to find a really good goalie.
And it takes goalies a little longer to mature like it does defensemen. Do you know what I mean?
Centers can be 0 to 1 years. Defensemen are usually 1 to 3 years. And then goalies are 2 to 5 years. And 2 years if you get an exceptional goalie. That's if you get an exceptional goalie. It's usually going to take closer to 5 years. And even when they
Well,
reach the NHL, there's that growing pains and the transition and the adjustments, but then they pull it together. Then they get their stuff
especially
together.
see, and especially if the goalies or even if the players are from across the pond, and they have to adjust to the smaller ice.
That's
You
true.
know, and
And the only
sometimes
teams I remember that drafted a goalie in the first round and hit on the pick since I've covered the draft in 2012 are Tampa Bay, which got Vasilevsky at the draft I went to in Pittsburgh, and Dallas. They traded up with the Blackhawks for Ottinger in 2017.
wow,
I had
that's
Ottinger to the
awesome.
Avalanche in the second round. I am so glad Dallas traded up and kept the Avalanche from getting Ottinger at 33 because we'd be talking about the Avalanche like we talked about them in the 90s if they had gotten Ottinger in that draft
You
in
think?
the car.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what, I do like Ottinger. I really do. I thought I'm a closet Dallas fan.
Dallas is my team. I am happy to hear you say that. I was hoping for
Because
a Dallas Flyers Cup in 2000, by the way, when I first moved to Pennsylvania. I'm
okay,
pissed that Lindros got injured and the Devils had to ruin everything for us, but I was pulling for a Flyers Stars Cup that year.
I mean, we also got Ken Hitchcock, who was an ex-Dallas coach. We also got oh gosh, I can't think of
I think
Smith.
if you watch the 99 Stars Cup DVD, Hitchcock's a huge Civil War buff, and he basically said Robert E. Lee would make an excellent NHL head coach. It was just a very random comment.
Oh yeah, man. But yeah, secretly I am kind of a Dallas fan because I mean, Jason Roberts,
Robertson, I had Robertson going to Boston in the first round of the 2017 draft,
I
and Dallas was lucky
love
enough to get him.
I love Tyler Sagan,
Penguins
Jamie
pick is in.
Benn.
I don't want to upset my Yinzers in Pittsburgh. As much as I'd love to talk about how amazing the Dallas Stars are and how Jamie Benn is everything Shedeur Sanders wishes he could be with the Browns, I'm not
You
going to do
know?
that. The Penguins, the Yinzers in this city are going to get upset
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
if I do
Well,
not ruin their
well,
good time.
no, we're not gonna ruin it for the Yinzers, that's for sure, because
That's exactly right.
guaranteed you right now, Pittsburgh is gonna get a top flight player coming up here in a
They've got
couple minutes.
back-to-back selections, actually.
Oh,
The
do they?
Rangers gave him number 12, so they have the next two selections. So the Yinzers, this is your moment.
Oh, well,
And
how do you get that, man? That's a pretty look. That's talk about corner of the market.
yeah,
Holy moly! So, what would you do here then? If you're Pittsburgh, would you take one offense, one defense?
I went Carter Bear, Keshawn Aitchison. I went Bear at
Yeah,
11,
okay,
Aitchison at 12. That's what I'd do
okay,
if I'm Pittsburgh. I think we're on the same wavelength. It's just maybe you have Aitchison at 11, Bear at 12.
something like that. Yeah, 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 yeah.
I think we've got the same thought process, but
Yep.
you take Eklund too. You could take Jackson Smith. There's a number of possibilities, but it's probably going to be one forward, one defenseman, if I had to guess.
All right. Well, here we go now. So let's see who do they get to. Do they get a Steelers player? I wonder if they bring a Steelers player out to make the announcement for the Penguins.
They should have Jerome Bettis announce the pick. If they were smart,
Ooh.
that would be the play, in my opinion.
Now I went to go see
All
his.
these NHL draft insiders that are saying Sid's going to Colorado are trolling people because the Avalanche don't have a first or second round pick this year or next year. So why would the Penguins trade him to Colorado? They would trade him to a team that would give him a first or second back. And Crosby doesn't want to be traded, so that doesn't make any sense. So who is that? Is that that looks like
Chris Letang.
Chris Letang, the current Penguins defenseman, still
Yeah,
on the
and his son probably.
him and his son. That's
Pretty cool.
That is very
That's
cool.
classy.
Can they announce both picks at the same time, or is Pittsburgh going to have two different guests come out and announce each pick?
Yeah,
That's
I don't
what I'm
know.
wondering.
Oh, Benjamin Kendall.
That's a surprise. I'm not going to say it's a reach because he can play center in addition to winger. Like he had 99 points with the Calgary Hitmen. I had him going 18th overall to Calgary. I'm surprised he went this early. This is the first pick where I'm shocked by the value, but I do like the pick. I'm probably going to give it an A-. I'm not going to give it an A+ because it's a little bit of a reach, but I at the same time, it's not a horrible pick either.
okay. I mean, he's
So I see him as a pure right winger, but he could play center too. That's what Craig Button said the other day, and he had that 23 game point streak with the Calgary Hitmen.
yeah, yeah. 5'10" though.
He is
You
kind of
know,
small.
yeah, 5'10", especially if you're going up against the Flyers or the Rangers or the Islanders or you know what
Like
I
he can be
mean?
effective when he's healthy, like Jason Robertson, but at the same time,
Yeah,
does he have the size to play an 82 game season without those injuries as his career unfolds? That's really what this is going to
yeah,
come down
and
to.
that's kind of where I'm at with that too. But either way you slice it, though, I think this is a pretty good kid. Good pick. Scored 99 points, 7th in the WHL this past year.
He was the Hitmen's first line right winger on the WHL team, but there's people that say he can play center too. He had 26 power play assists. That's probably why he's projected as a center, even though he was mainly on the Hitmen's
On
winger
the
spot.
wing. Yeah, on the wing. Okay, all right.
I believe he will probably be eased in. He'll go back to juniors, and I'm willing to bet he is probably the replacement to Brian Rust. Brian Rust is a UFA in 2028. So I'm guessing he comes
That's
up
a
to the NHL in
great.
2027, develops on the
Yeah,
back, either develops in a stall role for a year at center, or he plays second line right winger, and then he becomes the first line right winger in 2028. That's what I think we'll see with Kindell as far as his
I
career path.
like that. I like that. I like that, especially for that pick. Um, uh, Won the gold medal for the U18 at World Juniors. Um, and but like I said, we're gonna see how it's gonna work out. But I think Inzer should be pretty happy that that's a pretty good pick. A guy that's versatile enough to play center and also wing, able to take faceoffs, especially for the power play. That's a crucial skill point
There's
to
a lot of
have.
guys in this draft that can play all three forward spots, and he's just one of them. Kindell's just one of them.
Yep. So now I can't imagine that Pittsburgh is going to take the full 3 minutes for this because, well, you've had however many months to get to this point. So I don't think we're going to see it. Of course, they're going to take the full 3 minutes.
Of
Of
course,
course they are.
it's TV, it's television. This is what these teams do.
So, but I loved the dome and the sphere thing last year. I thought that was really cool, but I just didn't. I mean, I, I'm I'm really having a hard time with the draft this year just because of the absence
They're
of.
trying to they're trying to saturate the graphics because what really captivated people with the Sphere more than anything else, Ron, was the graphics last year.
Yeah, yeah,
Presentation.
yeah, yeah.
So they're
Because
trying to saturate the presentation here in LA so it has the same feel as last year so people want to continue to invest in it. But it just feels like they're trying too hard versus it felt natural in Vegas last year. This year it feels like they're trying too hard.
and I'm not knocking him for doing this. I'm
I'm
really
not knocking them for doing it either, man. But I
because I
kind of
mean Bettman came out and said in his press conference that uh 2/3 of the ownership agreed to do this, wanted to do this, to do the draft like this, right?
Yep.
So we'll see. Uh-oh, here we go. Our first trade.
We do have oh, that's why Letang brought his son out. He had his son announce the trade. That's smart. That is very smart.
Oh, please pick Kayshawn Aitchison. They
There is a
traded with
trade, and the
Philadelphia.
Flyers have moved up, and it's probably going to be Aitchison. But what are the Penguins getting back? I'm guessing it's got to be a first this year and maybe a first next year, but late first.
I don't think they're giving up a first this year. Danny Briere said that he is not giving up a first this year.
So it could be a first. It could be a future first, or it's got to be a player. Like, what's the return here?
They did trade their other 2 first-round picks.
That's
They
okay.
traded their 22nd and their 31st overall pick for this pick right here. Well, man, I'll tell you
I
what.
forgot to change the 12th pick on the draft results page from the New York Rangers of the Pittsburgh Penguins, but we'll just put in Philadelphia Flyers. No big deal. I didn't even realize I screwed up that
Oh,
badly, but oh well.
oh my
Um,
gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't believe they gave up the 22nd and the 31st picks.
I think the Flyers are probably going to move back into the first round again, Ron, because they still have 3 second-round picks, and they're
No,
all
they only
top
have
48.
two. They only have two because they traded one of them to Anaheim for
And
the
they had
Zegras.
4. They had 4 initially, and they
Oh,
traded
no,
they
they only
traded the third one to Anaheim.
yeah, so they only have I think they only have two
No, they have
second.
3 because they
Oh,
had
they do.
4 in the
Okay.
top 48. They had 4 in the top 48 when I was making the 7-round mock, and they traded the third of those 4 picks. So they still have their own second-round pick. They have a second rounder they have a second rounder at 40, and then they have a second rounder from the Calgary Flames. But they
Okay.
traded the second round pick that was owned by Columbus to Anaheim.
Yeah, which was 45 overall.
I think 45 or 46, but regardless,
Okay.
that's
Wow.
yeah.
All right. Well, so please,
So
Danny.
so they could move back into the first round tonight. I don't think the Flyers are done trading, Ron. Maybe we disagree, but I don't think the Flyers are done trading. I think they're going to make one more trade later tonight. Because remember, the
Maybe.
Blackhawks did the same thing last year.
Yeah,
They
maybe.
when they moved up for Merrick Vanacker.
Yeah, maybe. Especially if they want to. I really hope they pick Aitchison, and I hope they get back into the first round to get a goaltender.
Because
Then again,
I mocked Ravensburg into Ottawa at 21, but I could see Columbus, Ottawa, or Nashville taking a goalie. And I think we're probably going to see Ravensburg and go somewhere in that 20 to 32 range. I don't know
you
where.
think he's going to be the first goalie off the board?
Yeah, but it's going to be close. I like Elijah Newens.
Newswander. Yeah, I like Aaliyah.
I
We
know,
interviewed both of them.
Lines.com had Neuschwander in the 6th round, but somebody's going to take him in the top 100. He's too freaking good.
I agree. No, I agree. I agree. We interviewed both of them. We interviewed Josh and we interviewed Aaliyah. Both of these two goaltenders are going to be drafted long before then.
Yeah, and I think if Ravensburg goes in the top half, I'm going to predict that a second goalie, whether it's Elijah or whether it's Jack, the Steelheads goalie Ivan Kovic, one of them's going to get pushed into the first round. Even the goalie on the there was a goalie in the QMJHL that Joey and I both liked that we think could end up moving into round 1. It just depends on where Ravensburg gets picked. Because I think if Ravensburg gets picked before 16, I think we will see a second goalie in the first round. Because that's what happened in 2021 when the Red Wings moved up for Casa and then Wallstead ended up going a little bit later. We'll see. Knight's still very young.
We're almost halfway through. Jack Nesbitt from the Windsor Spitfires. They picked the center.
I'm surprised. I had him going in the second round. I know he's a consensus round 1 grade.
I did too. I did not have this guy this high. But you can't argue with it. 6'5", 186 pounds from the Windsor Spitfires. I mean,
and the Windsor Spitfires, they're a factory. I mean, the last time I was critical of a Windsor Spitfires center, I gave the Dallas Stars crap for picking Wyatt Johnston. Not only did Wyatt succeed, that blew up in my face. And I don't deserve this autographed Wyatt Johnston hockey puck. I don't deserve it because I had a second round grade on Wyatt Johnston. I did. But my brother got me this for Christmas. I'm very grateful.
That's so cool.
It's a Wyatt Johnston W55. You can see, I'm trying to hold the puck up for the camera, but yeah, you can see the signature 55. I'm trying to keep it in good condition though. But yeah. It's in the box.
Yeah. Wow. 25 goals, 39 assists for 65 games.
Yep.
That puts him up there at over a point per game. Really like this kid though. Got good vision, can skate well. Is a good playmaker. Doesn't have a problem getting into the dirty areas. Doesn't have a problem with putting himself in front of the net. like this player, man. I mean, this is a good pick, but like you said, I think he was more of a second round guy. But all right,
I don't know what grade I'm going to give him yet. I'm not going to do a lengthy write-up with the line combinations because we already have a feel for that. But I want to see where exactly I mocked him in round 2 before I give this an official grade.
I mean, to
I
be
think that
honest with you, now they traded up.
they
They
traded
traded
up.
up.
I can't give this an. I think the highest I'd give this is an A minus, but I want to see what I would. Because you gave up both first round picks. You're banking on this guy being really good. He's a
You
great
know,
he's a great passer, but he needs to develop his shot. He was picked
yep,
20th in the OHL draft back in 2023. That's
yeah,
the thing I noticed. He's a great passer. And he may have had a great shot entering the OHL draft, but you didn't see that consistently in the OHL, and that's got to be cleaned up if
I agree.
Nesbitt's going to succeed in the NHL.
Yeah, no, I agree. Lots of things to work on for sure. He's he might end up being like see if we don't see Lachenko make it for the Flyers, I think you might see him in this Nesbitt
Yeah.
playing down at the Phantoms.
I'm trying to. Where did I mock Nesbitt to in round 2? I mocked him to the Bruins with the Blues second round pick. So I had him mid to late second round. Most had him early second round or late first or mid first. I don't think
Yeah.
anybody had him in the top half of the draft. But his
No,
range was all
definitely.
over the place. It
Yeah.
really was.
I was definitely not expecting this to happen. I was not expecting the trade. And then for this player. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I would have expected to see and this wasn't even a guy um that I heard that they were even having dinner with, or that
Yeah.
they invited over or anything like that. I didn't hear that. Like this, that name is
I'm
complete out of
probably going to give it a
nowhere.
solid C. I could give it a C minus, but I think that's a little bit too harsh. So I'm going to give it a solid C because they gave up a lot to get this pick. And we don't know how it's going to play out because this guy could work out, but if his shot doesn't get cleaned up, he could also end up being an AHL player. So
Okay, but I mean, he still was able to put in,
I think
you
he's a
know,
good. I think his ceiling's a second line center in the NHL, and his floor is a fourth line center. I think he's probably going to be a very good third line guy, like Nick Paul, once he cleans up his shot. That's kind of where I see this guy going.
but this is exactly what Philadelphia needs.
Yeah,
They need big centers
that's
because
true.
look at where they play. They play in the Metropolitan. Okay.
You've got Crosby, you've got Nico Hischier, you've got Ovechkin in that division. Dylan Strome, you've got Mika
Pick
Zibanejad,
one. Pick one. Any one of them.
Barzal,
And then all you have to do is look at the state of Florida and what they got going on down there, Tampa
Barkov.
Bay, Florida. Okay, right.
Exactly. I could keep naming names, but that's not the point. The point is you got to get
Exactly.
better.
The point of the fact is that you're going to be going up against some really tough customers, especially in this division.
Exactly.
So
What is
uh, uh,
Iserman going to do at 13? That's kind of what I'd like to see happen here because the Red Wings have number 13 now, and I think this is going to be a very interesting spot. If I had to say, it's going to be Victor Eklund because
I would say that too all day long.
Because not Iserman might be the GM, but the guy pulling the assistant GM is Nicholas Kronwall, who's from Sweden. And if I had to take a guess, I'm going to say it's Eklund because the Red Wings have a track record with Swedes
All day long, and especially with Iserman. I mean, come on.
Yeah, and everybody's tweeting the same thing. The Red Wings have basically made this pick. Everyone's assuming it's going to be Eklund.
See, there you go. I mean, he's the best player on the board.
Unless you like Carter Bear a little bit more, there's no reason to pass on Eklund here. And I like Bear, but I would probably take Eklund here if I were the Red Wings because I think Eklund's a better fit for that organization.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one as well too. Although, they got a lot of there's
I think
man.
as long as the Red Wings take one of those two, I'm probably going to give them an A plus. If they don't, it's probably going to be anything from a C to an A. It just depends on who they pick here.
I mean,
Aitchison would probably qualify as an A+2 at this point in the draft, even though he's a defenseman.
Yeah, I would do that. I would also say maybe they could even go with maybe even a Malcolm Spence too, or
Spence would be a slight reach, but it wouldn't be the massive reach because everybody has him in the 20s. I had him going 17th in my final mock, and I had him going like in the 8th in my early mock. I think I had him 6th in October, but I moved.
What about Lakovic, Lyndon Lakovic? What do you think about him?
Would be a good pick.
Yeah,
a slight reach, but it wouldn't be a terrible pick. I'd probably give that an A-. I mean, this is such a steep draft. I really don't think the Red Wings can screw this up. There's too many legitimate options.
They got the infamous Detroit guy to make this selection here, Dave Coulier.
Yep,
he's a big Lions fan too. So
they should have brought Dan Campbell out and had Dan Campbell announcing the pick. They could have filmed an Applebee's commercial with Dan Campbell announcing the pick. I'm kidding. Have him with the Red Wings jersey on.
Yeah, right.
But I think the Red Wings are trying to sell the hockey history of the team versus the showmanship of the city. Because the history is really what resonates with these Detroit Red Wings fans.
I agree. I mean, how could it not?
Exactly.
Look at what you had for your history. I mean,
and Jim Nill was the Stars GM, but he was an executive and assistant GM to Ken Holland and the Red Wings. He pretty much was the architect of that team in terms of scouting, drafting, developing. Holland got all the credit as the GM, but Nill was basically the architect of that team. I mean, he was the guy who drafted Pavel Datsyuk in '98 when he learned under Fedorov and Yzerman, and then he became the main guy. So, and then he knocked the Stars out of the 2008 Western Conference Finals. Then he became their GM 5 years later. So, and the only reason he became their GM is because his wife wanted to move to Dallas. That's a valid reason to leave Detroit. And who is the
They select Carter Bear.
Love
Carter Bear.
Love
oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. 13th overall pick. Carter Bear, another amazing. Yeah, we spoke to Carter Bear on the Prospect Watch show. This guy is an indigenous player. I'm very proud of his heritage. And I got to tell you what, this guy is the real deal. 6 foot, 179 pounds. Played for the Everett Silvertips. Played amazing for this team. He carries himself well. He's a great leader. Man, I like this pick. I think Detroit got an awesome player. Congratulations to Carter Bear. Congratulations to Detroit Red Wings. This is an amazing, amazing player. You guys got a great player here, man. This is just great. This so is an amazing pick.
Carter Bear is going to be the Carter Bear. I don't want to jinx Carter Bear, but I think he's going to be the best winger the Red Wings have had since Brendan Shanahan. But I don't want to jinx the kid.
No pressure. led the Everett Silvertips in scoring 82 points with 40 goals. Okay, come on. This guy knows how to score, knows how to play very well, making plays, right? Knows how to make that good pass. Okay, he's got good
when
hockey
Carter Bear arrives in the NHL, the Red Wings are going to be in the playoffs. I picked them to go to the playoffs last year. They disappointed me at the end because of the turnover, but I'm telling you, when Bear arrives, I don't know when that'll be as far as timeline goes. When it happens, they are going to be in the Stanley Cup playoffs. That's
wow.
I really believe that.
I agree. Wow, this is close. Amazing
the guy pick. I think that's going to put them over the top, and I think him and Larkin are going to freaking. Well, they have Larkin, Raymond, and Bear. I think Bear's going to play with those two, and it's going to be a deadly. Well, let me pull up the write-up for the Red Wings before I get to that.
Yeah. But no, I agree with you though. I think this is going to make this. I mean, I could honestly, I really thought it was going to be Eklund, but I could seriously see Carter Bear being the main guy here for Detroit on this pick because he definitely plays Detroit style of game. You know what I mean? Really, really awesome.
Yeah, and Yzerman, that coaching staff, they're going to love this guy because I heard they loved Carter Bear, but I didn't think he'd make it to them. I also heard they loved Aitchison, and I heard they were also looking at some of the centers, but all the centers went in the top 10, so they took
I was
Bear.
just gonna say, yeah. For the most part, we're getting down into the defenseman here now, but either way you slice it, though.
I heard the Blue Jackets love Milton Gastrin, but they're not going to pick him here. They're probably taking Frondell because I heard there's a Swedish player they loved and there's a college player they loved. So I'd say they go Frondell. I'd say they go Eklund Hensler with their 2 picks.
Yeah. See, there you go, because Frondell's gone. So
Frondell's gone. I didn't mean to say Frondell. I meant to say Eklund. I got the 2 Swedes.
Oh, okay.
That's my fault. I
apologize. No. But I agree with you, though. I think Eklund is probably going to be the one, though, for Columbus Blue Jackets.
Because I had Milton Gastrin here in a surprise pick, but they can get him in round 2 now if they love him that much, and they can probably get Eklund here, and they can get Hensler with their 20th pick, or a goalie if they want a goalie.
Yeah. Wow. Great pick. I'm just so proud, so excited.
My friend Swipa, he's a graphic designer at the University of Washington. He wanted the Kraken to take Carter Bear. Like, most people that watch hockey in Washington love Carter Bear, even though he doesn't get talked about a lot by the mainstream media. It's very easy to see why.
Exactly, because he's not that big name, but if you watch him play, I mean,
so incredible, because I was watching, like, when I started my 2025 mock in the summer, there were only like 13 players with experience on the top line in their +1 years. The other guys got a lot more experience in their draft year, but Bear was one of the 13 with that top line experience in his +1 year. And he was listed as a mid-second round pick at the time. And I watched this tape like, this guy's freaking good. He's a top 15 player. What the hell are we doing, Lines.com? You got to move this guy way up.
Yeah.
And by the time it was January, everybody was on the same page as us.
See, you know.
Yeah.
No, but
credit too, because you interviewed him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, he's very incredible young man. Very proud of his indigenous heritage, and kids now look up to him. Do you know what I mean? He's become a leader, to where a lot of kids, like where he came from, look up to him and come to him and say, hey, we're so thankful that you made it and everything else like that. And you know what I mean? And he's very, very proud of that heritage.
Right now, the Red Wings have Tarasenko entering a contract year as the line 2 left winger, and the first line left winger is DeBrincat. And I love DeBrincat in the 2016 draft, but both of those guys are stopgaps, in my opinion. I think Bear's the future first line left winger of Detroit. But I could see him in the NHL in the second line replacing Tarasenko if he doesn't come back as early as next season.
Okay. I mean, that's probably one of the reasons why they picked him, because of that reason. You know what I mean?
I don't know if that's exactly how it's going to play out, but
but you know what I mean, though.
That's my guess.
Yeah. Well, here we go now. Columbus Blue Jackets, the pick is in. I love to see the kids that are not afraid to show the emotions, because
he has the personality. Like, people talk about fire, how you play fire, the energy you bring to a game. He brings that in spades, and he's also very humble, very relaxed off the ice too. So complete package, in my opinion. He's got the rock star confidence that you can't teach. Carter Bear has that.
A grade on that one, I have to say.
Yeah.
A grade on that. For the Carter Bear selection, that's an A grade as far as I'm concerned.
I gave it an A+.
Yeah, well, all right, there you go.
I'm that confident in Carter Bear's ability to deliver.
Yeah.
You can say A, I'm going A+ because I'm just that confident. Like,
okay,
the guy we were both ahead of the curve on, and we can deserve credit for that.
So we saw the talent. We interviewed Carter Bear almost 10 months ago. When we interviewed Matthew Schaefer, we interviewed him a year ago.
Yeah,
nobody was talking about Schaefer. Nobody.
Yeah, I had Schaefer going to Ottawa like 8th in the summer, but I kind of had a feeling he was going to rise up the boards. I didn't know, because I saw Logan Hensler's interview. I didn't see Schaefer's interview at the time, and I loved what I saw from Hensler in the interview process on NTDP. But, we'll see what happens. Kendall, Nesbitt, and then Carter Bear. But yeah, that's pretty much the update on the draft write-ups. I'll quickly. I think DeBrincat is going to be a UFA in a few years, and I think Tarasenko, he'll play under DeBrincat, and then if DeBrincat wants too much money, Bear will become the top line guy. He'll become Detroit's version of Jason Roberts in a few years.
Yeah, I definitely think DeBrincat's going to want more money. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
and Tarasenko, as much as I enjoy him, he's getting up there in age.
That's the problem too. You know, you
So
get
that's
into the
why I think
twilight of the
Nick is
years.
such an excellent fit.
So the Columbus Blue Jackets are selecting.
I would be shocked if this was anything but Victor Eklund. I really would. But we are due for a shocker pick. I mean, outside of Nesbitt, nothing's really surprised me in this draft.
Agreed, because that was kind of a shocker. Jackson Smith
And
going
that's
to
a
the
great
Columbus
pick.
Blue Jackets.
Oh, consensus number 2 defenseman. That is a great pick. And
yes, from the Tri-City Americans. Oh my gosh. Yes. Congratulations, Mr. Jackson Smith.
Jackson Smith, the player I loved. I think only GM I ever got the opportunity to interview was Bob Torrey, the GM of the Tri-City Americans. And that was back in 2017 when Rasmussen and Valimaki were drafted.
Oh, wow. There you go. Oh, my gosh, man. This kid is a complete package. Okay. 6'4", 199 pounds. He is the consummate defenseman. He is committed to go to Penn State next year. Love this pick. Congratulations.
And the Columbus Blue Jackets are absolutely stacked with talent on both sides. I mean, and they traded David Jiricek, but I think Jackson Smith's probably their best prospect now.
I mean, he had 54 points in 68 games as a defenseman.
That is unreal.
Okay? But here's the best part. He is a plus player defenseman. Okay? How about this? He plays defense first.
Yeah, and I think he'll be ready by 2 years from now, because right now the Blue Jackets have Werenski and Severson on the top line. Chuck and Gudbranson are on the second line, but Gudbranson.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to get to watch this guy firsthand, man, because
it's going to be.
He's going to go to Penn State. He's going to Penn State. He committed to Penn State for next year, playing with another Prospect Watch alum, which this guy is too, Jackson Smith, Prospect Watch alum, is going to be playing with Aiden Fink, who is another Prospect Watch alum and a draft pick of the Nashville Predators, playing with Penn State. So, man, I am just over the top excited for this young man. This is very well deserved, and as far as I'm concerned,
he was a 7th round pick in 2023. I'm taking a look at his. I remember this guy because I think he was on the Brooks Bandits, because I remember the Brooks Bandits had a. I think I may have. Let me see. I'm typing in the 7th round of my 20, because I don't just cover this draft. Ever since 2015, I've archived every other draft I've covered. Ever since the McDavid draft,
gosh.
the first draft I coded 10 years ago, I've archived every other draft. So I have a database of 10 years of NHL draft picks here.
Oh my gosh.
I'm kind of curious to see what I said about Aiden Fink. I know I'm going a little bit off topic here. I'm just trying to see what I said about Aiden Fink 2 years ago. Just because I think it's fascinating that they're going to be teammates at Penn State.
Yeah, and Aiden Fink, oh my gosh, he is an amazing young talent. He's very tenacious. I
gave the Predators an A+
for his draft.
I mocked Aiden Fink in the 3rd round of the draft. I had a 3rd round grade on Aiden Fink. As stupid as that sounds, I had Aiden Fink in the 3rd round of that draft. Most people had him in rounds 5 through 7 because he's 5'9", 153, but he dominated. He was an alternate. He wasn't just a top-line guy. He was an alternate captain. 97 points on the Brooks Bandits. Helped them repeat in the AJHL. And I just saw everything from a trait standpoint. So that's why I loved Fink that draft year.
And that's
I had a 3rd round grade on him. He fell to round 7. So he's going to be a steal in the draft.
Man, look, we interviewed him. He's definitely gotten a little taller. He's putting on a little bit of muscle, a little bit of weight. Aiden Fink has, you know what I mean? He showed out at the Frozen Four this year. He showed out. Aiden Fink did. Very impressed with
He's
how he
got a
played.
chance to be the Joel Pavelski of the 2023 draft. I don't want to
Yeah,
compare him to Pavelski, but Pavelski was a 7th round pick too. And he's a massive steal. Very
yeah,
long career in the NHL. I could see Fink
agreed.
going down a similar path if he continues to
Yeah,
work hard.
yeah. And now with Penn State now having Jackson Smith, the 14th overall pick by the Columbus Blue Jackets, that's going to help to solidify the back end for Penn State, because I think that was part of their issue when they made it to the Frozen Four. I mean, okay,
Yeah, and
let's
I gave
face it,
them an A. I gave Nashville an A+ grade for Fink. There was some C, some B grades in the 7th round. It was a mixed bag, but Fink was one of my A+ in that draft 2 years ago. So
yeah, man,
it
yeah,
looks like I
man.
did my homework on that kid. Not as much as you though. You interviewed him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I got an A-. You got an A+. Let's
All right,
leave it at that. Let's have some fun and leave it at that.
all right. But we got to run into him though when we were covering the Frozen Four regionals.
That's
He was
amazing.
down there, so we got to get down to the locker room, and I got to meet his mom and everybody, because he had family there and everything. You know what I mean? So that was really cool to see that. So
Yep. And I gave Columbus an A+. I'm gonna give them that.
yeah, I think you have to give him an A+ for Jackson Smith all day long.
Yes, but I'm going to put TCA or TC because I'm at 460 characters. There's 32 picks here. I'm at 460 characters. When I do this draft tomorrow, I'm not even going to have enough room to type all the characters in. Oh wait, I typed in Jake O'Brien instead of Jay O'Brien.
Whoops.
And I typed in James Hagan, so we can actually save a few characters by
Just put the first
letter of the first name, and that I did the same thing with Redeem Merca. So that saves us about like 10 to 15 characters.
There you go. So Canucks, I mean, we're still looking at quite a few players on this board here that I mean, we're still in the first round.
Yeah, we're still in the top half of the draft, but like I've got since the second web page is picked 17 through 32, I have to get a photo for the back end of round 1. I'm thinking William Eklund's going to end up being my choice if he falls out of the top 16, but I think one of these two teams is going to pick him. There's no reason not to at this point in the draft.
You know what I'm really surprised at? That he hasn't been selected yet. To be honest with you, I'm just surprised that we haven't seen his name called. Some of the people that we thought were going to fall necessarily haven't fallen per se yet. So I'm still interested to see how this whole draft is working out.
I agree.
Got pick number 15 for the Vancouver Canucks, who they just moved on from their previous Jack Adams award-winning coach in Rick Tocchet.
I like the Adam Foote hire. He was the assistant head coach, and Quinn Hughes endorsed Adam Foote. So I think Adam Foote's going to do well. And the thing with Vancouver is they have competition. Connor Garland and Jonathan Leckernach are competing for the first line right winger job, and then you're going to have 3 different left wingers, DeBrusk and Vander Kane, competing for the first line left winger job. So if they get the right 2 wingers to pair with Elias Lindholm, Vancouver could be a surprise team that rebounds, but I really don't see them being anything more than a number 2 or 3 in the Pacific Division behind Edmonton, maybe Vegas or the Kings, and maybe a wild card 2 or a wild card 1.
They just seem
they're anywhere from miss the playoffs to okay, we could push for number 3 in the Pacific.
They took Braden Coots, center from Seattle.
That's a great pick. I like that pick a lot, actually. I had him going to the LA Kings. Yeah. I had him going to the LA Kings as a successor to Kopitar, but I think Vancouver needs him more. And the Kings already have an abundance of talent. I was upset when they took Liam Greentree last year. I wanted him to fall to Dallas, but I'm happy with Emil Henning because I had Henning at 16. I had Greentree at 15. I wanted Greentree a little bit more, but I can't complain. But
yeah. Liam Greentree, he's another Prospect Watch alum. We interviewed him too.
Awesome.
Yeah. So we're starting to work. We're starting to work on 27 now. So and 26. So we got some guys lined up here we're going to be getting into here shortly.
What anyone in particular? I mean, not names, but like leagues. CHL, USHL.
Yeah, we're gonna get we have finally been able to break into the United States National Development Team. We're gonna have a player from that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, man, that's really exciting.
I think you've already interviewed Tynan Lawrence, so I'm guessing this is somebody else.
Yes. Yeah, we did interview Tynan Lawrence. He's from the Muskegon Lumberjacks, I believe.
Current USHL Clark Cup champion, Muskegon Lumberjacks.
Yep.
Trying to make sure they get the respect they deserve.
Right, but this is not USHL. This is the United States National Development Team.
Yes.
So it's slightly different, but this is where a lot of the good. I mean, United States hockey all day long is just good, okay, and has, in my opinion, gotten 10 times better over the years. Just in the last couple years, United States hockey has just exploded as far as the amount of talent that they've been able to get, the number of draft picks that they've been able to get, and the number of players that they've been able to develop. So I'm all down with United States hockey. I don't care where or who.
So the Islanders are back on the clock, but Braden Coots goes 15th. And I know Anthony of Prospect Don interviewed Braden Coots at the NHL Combine, posted that video last week. So I think Coots really interviewed well in the process because he had a back-end first-round grade, but I think he interviewed so well that his interviews, and he was the youngest captain in the Western Hockey League. So the fact that he was a captain in his draft year and the fact that he interviewed so well, I think that bumped him up to this spot. I'm probably going to give this an A+ too. I know I mocked him at 24, but I mean, his resume is just so good. I mean, he had 63 points in 60 games, a point per game player. Just very good traits.
Yeah, you can't deny that. 6 foot, 186 pounds. He is 18. He may see some time back with Seattle. Or if he's
probably going to go back. I mean, right now you have Philippe Cheitel as the second line center if Pius Suter doesn't resign. But I think Cheitel's more of a third line guy. Teddy Bluger's your third line center, and Atu Rati's your fourth line center. So I believe Coots will be the second line guy behind Lindholm. I just don't know when it's going to happen.
I'm with you.
Straight to the point. I do think it's going to happen. I just don't know when. I could not give you an estimate on the time frame because I think a lot of it depends on the current contracts you have. You have the flexibility to ease him in. You also can bring him up if you think he's ready right now. But I think he's going to get eased in. I just don't know when. If I had to make an educated guess, I'd say 2027 is when he makes his NHL debut after his WHL career is over, but I don't know what role. But I think he's too talented to be. I think he's going to go from the WHL to the AHL, instead of going to the AHL. I think he's going to go straight to the NHL after his time in the WHL is up.
Well, I can understand that. I can see that.
I just don't know what role he'll play. It's
kind of early or it depends. I mean, they may put him in the AHL. That they may give him that little bit of time there. You know what I'm saying?
Because they might ease. That's what Texas did with Stankoven, but Dallas did with Stankoven. But Stankoven was a second round pick, but I had him in like 31 on my board that year.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I could see him getting minutes in the AHL too. It just depends how do they want to utilize him?
Right. By the way, thanks everybody for hopping on and watching us, man.
78 now, and Braden Coots was 10th overall in the 22 WHL draft.
Wow,
pick in that draft. So yeah,
there you go. But thanks everybody for hopping on and watching us, man. We really appreciate you guys doing that. We know it's a really long stream because, well, hey, it's the NHL draft.
You think this is well? It depends. I mean, tomorrow's going to be longer, but the picks are going to come in a lot quicker. So instead of just what I usually do is I live stream the entire draft, but I think I might mix it up tomorrow. I actually messaged someone at Elite Prospects in case they wanted to come on as a guest during day 2. I don't know if they would be interested, but I know they are not doing a stream for the draft tomorrow. I can
Okay.
message them after after this draft and see if they want to come on, because I already have you and I've already got William from Under the Bleachers. I don't know if I did message someone at Elite Prospects to see if they were interested in coming on tomorrow. If they don't want to come on, I didn't ask them if they want to come on. I just messaged them and wondered if they are doing anything tomorrow, and they're available. So I could capitalize on that if we have another trade. They're just announcing. Oh, Islanders, they're just announcing the Dobson trade. That is so. We knew this happened at 3 p.m. Do we really have to announce it during the draft?
I mean, really?
This is just kind of cheesy. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but it's not. This doesn't count as an actual trade that happened during the draft. This is
Agreed, because they're on the clock.
We knew they were on the clock at like noon.
No, but I mean for the 16th pick now.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand why they had to put that out there.
It was
like
completely unnecessary.
Yeah, but I like what the teams are doing, where they're having their war room inside the locker room inside the stadium.
Yep. And the Islanders, they got a chance to get another cornerstone player. I mean, if they get Aitchison here, they'd have Schaefer and Aitchison on the top line, and then Ryan Pulock and Adam Pellet can play on the second line, and it makes things. But some people some people like me just like to take the two best defenders and put them on the top line. But some people want left. Some people are picky about their defensemen. Some people want a left-sided defenseman and a right-sided defenseman on the top line because of the chemistry and because of the complementary skill sets. Ron, it just depends.
Yeah, because you know how everybody covets those right-hand shot defensemen and stuff like that. So yeah, no, I'm with you on that. But either way you slice it, I think I'm more of a.
Do you believe Ryan Pulock or Adam Pellet can play with Schaefer on the top line? If you don't, I think you have to take a defenseman here, even if it's
That's kind of and I'd like to mix them up. I like to put a shutdown defenseman with like a offensive type scoring defenseman, or I like to put
what player complements Schaefer the best of the current group of defensemen. I want to say Aitchison, but just from a style standpoint, I feel like Fiddler might complement him.
That might be work, yeah. But I like Aitchison here too. Maybe even Reed.
Yeah, I mean, Cameron I saw Reed. Prospect Watch alum is another one.
Yep. There's quite a few of them on this list here. But it's good though, because it gives you that insight into these players where
exactly
most of the people are just looking at highlights, where I'm actually interviewing the guys.
I'm listening to the interviews you do, Anthony does. There were 8 interviews of Matthew Schaefer and Michael Misa. If you paid attention to your interviews, Anthony's interviews, TSN, ESPN, NHL Combine, pre-draft interviews the day of the draft, the day before the draft, you take all that into account, there's enough information to where a casual 4th grader who watches hockey for fun can make a verdict on Matthew Schaefer. That's how much intel's out there. I don't remember much intel, this many pre-draft interviews being out there for like the Caleb Williams, Jane Daniels QBs in the 2024 draft. There was hype, and the hype was warranted. They both won Heismans, but I don't remember this many pre-draft interviews. That's the thing.
Yeah.
These guys are like Olympians jumping through hoops to impress the teams. It's good stuff.
I love it. This is why hockey, as far as I'm concerned, is one of the greatest sports on the planet.
Exactly.
It's the hardest trophy on the planet to get. As far as I'm concerned, that this is what I like. That hockey is all about the sport, man.
Yep. And the Islanders are up, but I'm gonna zoom out. Perfect timing to zoom out, and I can type the Islanders pick here, and
there you go.
And I can get the picture for picks 17 through 32 up yet. So I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
There you go. Multitasking.
Exactly. So what are the Islanders going to do here? And they've got back-to-back picks. Oh, yeah, that's the actor that played E in Entourage, the agent. That's the actor who played E in Entourage, the agent, who's an Islanders fan in the show on HBO.
Victor Eklund.
It is
to Victor the Islanders.
Eklund. And that's a great pick. Eklund can play either wing role, and you got Cole Iserman. That's a great pick. That was the best player on the board.
And I honestly think he's gonna, because I don't think he's gonna go to center. I think he's gonna stay at
He
right
is.
wing.
I had him as a
So
left winger, but does it really matter? Does it really matter? I could just put him as a wing. If we're running out of characters, I could just put him as a wing because he can play either side.
yeah, yeah.
So that's what I'm going to do. I know it's kind of lazy. I'll put left wing or right wing on the site, but for the news ticker here, I'm only going to go with wing. I'm just going to put W for wing.
Yeah, there you go. Bronze medalist for Sweden.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy is definitely, he's 18, 5'11", 169 pounds. So he's not the biggest guy.
Yes.
Okay. And so that's why I think he might have dropped a little bit to where he is now at 16. But he's got that speed. He's got that fluid play. I mean,
Yep.
he's just good. He's just all around good.
He is. He's got one more year with Djurgården on his contract in Sweden, and then he can sign his entry level contract next season.
Okay.
So, and that's perfect timing because Anders Lee, the captain of the Islanders, maybe it's Anders Lee, but the New York Islanders captain, who's 35, is a UFA in 2026. Anders Lee, I believe. He's a UFA in 2026. So you can sign Yzerman and Eklund next year, right as Anders Lee's about to become a UFA. So if he wants too much money, you can just reload, get younger, let Lee walk, and pick a new captain.
Pretty much, you know what I mean? But Victor Eklund,
he might spend a year in. Is it the Bridgeport Islanders or is it the Bridgeville? It used to be the Bridgeport Sound Tigers. I think it's the Bridgeport Islanders now. But he might go to Bridgeport for a year and then get called up because I'm thinking he's going to come up in the spring of 2027 or the winter of 2027 in the 26-27 season. But he's gonna go to Sweden. He's going to go to Bridgeport for half a year, and then I think he's going to get called up.
Yeah. No, I agree. Right.
No, I like Eklund, but I think he'll spend a little bit of time in Bridgeport.
Yeah, I mean his brother plays for the Sharks.
Yeah.
So I mean, and his brother's even smaller. So
yeah, and his brother I think is a top line guy. Eklund can be a top line guy too. So I really like this pick. So that means the best player on my board at pick 17 is Kashawn Aitchison. So that will be the winner for the rounds 17 through 32 webpage that I start working on once we get the write-up for Victor Eklund finalized.
Okay.
So, I mean, you have a better suggestion for pick for the back end of the first round for a cover photo than Kashawn Aitchison? Because I think that's the best player on my board.
I can't disagree with you on that one little bit.
All right. So that's going to be the guy we go with, I guess,
yeah,
for the back end of round one.
That's who I think they should pick. That's absolutely who I think they should pick.
Aitchison
that would give them two bookend defenders and an offensive player in the first round.
And Frank Cervalli, the Ducks are bringing Roger McQueen to Disneyland tonight in a helicopter, like right now.
Oh,
and
wow.
They're going to have and he's basically said Roger McQueen can beat Lightning McQueen at Cars Land.
Yes. Oh, my gosh, man. I can't believe they're doing that.
That's great.
That is so cool. What an amazing experience it must be.
What if they made a live action version of Cars with Roger McQueen driving inside of Lightning McQueen? There you go, Disney. There's your next $1 million.
There you go. Yep. we don't need writers. We got Chris, man. He got you all covered. Oh my gosh, Roger McQueen driving Lightning McQueen. There's a Kachiga for you.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so I'm looking for a picture of Kashawn Aitchison. I actually found one. His nickname's Cash. Favorite subject in school is kinesiology. What is kinesiology? I'm not familiar with that.
I haven't got a clue.
Okay.
I haven't got a clue. That's not anything that we talked about when we interviewed him. We didn't talk about his favorite subject in school.
But yeah, the CHL's the one promoting these. The Canadian Hockey League's the one posting these, and they chicken and rice favorite thing to eat. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So the Penguins are showing the interview of Kayshawn Aitchison on their social media handle, and they passed on him twice. I would be taking that pretty personally, have a chip on my shoulder. That's why the Islanders should draft him, because he's going to remember that, and he's going to want to mess up
And
Pittsburgh.
play against Pittsburgh if he's on the Islanders.
Pittsburgh posted a social media video of their combine interview and workouts with Aitchison. So that tells me they didn't like him enough to pick him twice. But yeah, Aitchison should be the pick here.
I think so too. Well, let me put it to you like this.
Steven Rossner, Islanders are taking Aitchison at 17, so that is the pick. So I'm trying to get a Kayshawn Aitchison pick, but the Islanders, they must be listening to this show because they pretty much agree with us. That's the player to pick here.
Oh my gosh. If Kayshawn Aitchison gets to go play with Matthew Schaefer, are you kidding?
Yeah.
Oh, it is! It is! Woo!
I love it. That's a great pick.
Kayshawn Aitchison, defenseman from Barrie Colts, going to the Islanders to go play with Matthew Schaefer. Oh, snip snap.
Yeah,
that
why?
Is an awesome pick.
And why would you pay Noah Dobson $11 million a year? That's what he wanted the Islanders to pay him to re-sign with the team. And he goes to Montreal and signs for $9.5 million. But I would rather have Aitchison on a rookie deal at 20 years old and pay Schaefer less than $11 million. I'll probably have to pay him $8 to $9 million in 2 years, but we'll worry about that then. We're not going to worry about that right now, Ron. We're just going to be happy that's a thing. Aitchison and Schaefer's a thing.
It is. It's gonna be. It's gonna be, because I'm gonna tell you something, right? Aitchison is that shutdown defenseman. Okay, at 6'2" and almost 200 pounds, he's the kind of guy that the coach would come up to him and say, "Hey, Kayshawn, you're playing up against Porter Martone. We need you to take care of him tonight." And Porter Martone would not show up on the stat sheet. Hey, Kayshawn, we need you to go up against Michael Misa, and Michael Misa would not show up on the stat sheet, right? This guy finishes checks. This guy is about slamming bodies. This guy is about getting his pound of flesh, okay? He gets in those areas where you need to be. He plays defense first. And he also led the Colts as a defenseman with goals. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I think he's teammates with Tristan Bertucci, the Dallas Stars second-round pick, but he outplayed Bertucci in his draft year. Very good player.
Yeah.
But
man,
not just that, it's the intangibles. He was number one defenseman on this team as a 16-year-old rookie. So that should tell you. And he has more experience, because Schaefer didn't get promoted to the top line until the first game of the OHL playoffs in his rookie year. Whereas Aitchison, he has that experience. And I think that Aitchison and Schaefer are going to complement each other really well on the
Absolutely, because Aitchison is the shutdown, and Schaefer's more the slow it down and bring the game to you kind of player. You know what I mean? So I definitely think that these guys are going to be a great match together. Oh my gosh, that's so amazing.
The Islanders are a big winner of this draft, because why pay Noah Dobson $11 million a year when you can have Schaefer? You probably are going to have to pay Schaefer in 2027, but if Aitchison goes back to the OHL for 2 more years, he'll probably be on the top line with Schaefer by 2027, and it'll be on an entry-level deal. And that just makes a lot more sense financially for the Islanders, because I like Schaefer. I like Noah Dobson. He's not worth $11 million a year. I mean, if you look at the analytics just based on this past season, his market value dropped from $10.8 million a year to $5.1 million a year. So he's getting $9.5 million in Montreal. We're happy for him, but from a business standpoint, it just makes more sense to get younger.
It does. And when you can bring in a talent like a Kayshawn Aitchison, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, man. I'm
emailing
so
the
pumped.
Aitchison photo to myself, and then I promise you guys I will start working on I'll start working on the second half. I already got the Victor Eklund pick up on the site, but I've been trying to be prepared and get the Aitchison picture updated so that we're ready to go. I'll upload the NHL draft results here. You guys can look at the Eklund pick for a few minutes, and then I'm going to get the Kayshawn Aitchison pick here. Hopefully this is okay. It's a JPEG. Sometimes I get a WebMP or an SVG file. I need a JPEG in order to actually upload the picture to the site, or a .gif or a .ping photo. I got the JPEG. I got my JPEG for HSN, so we're good. I just have to resize the photo, type the photo file in, and then we're ready to rock and roll and start back into round one. So yeah. And the Calgary Flames are on the clock here, so I got to move a little bit faster. All right, good.
So far, with
Islanders got 3 A+ grades. They're one of the winners of tonight.
I was gonna say, so far the Islanders are winning the draft so far. It doesn't matter who else they pick.
This is a first-year GM. He was the Lightning assistant GM for multiple years. Probably should have been a GM 2 or 3 years, but like Jim Nill with the Red Wings, he overstayed his welcome as assistant GM, and that seems to be the key to being a successful GM. Of overstaying your welcome as assistant GM seems to be the key to being a successful GM. At least that's recent trends, recent data.
That's a heck of a way to get there.
Because Matthew Darche is putting on a heck of a first draft tonight.
Yeah. Now, question: do you think we're going to see a goalie go in the first round?
I do. I think it's going to be Ravensburg, and I just don't know when.
Because now Philadelphia is now off the first round clock, right? They traded their other.
I don't think they're done. I think we'll see somebody move down. The Blues might move down at 19 because the Blues, unless they want to make Nikki Glazer happy and just stay put and take their guy, because Blues only have 3 picks. They have this pick, they have a 5th rounder, they have a 6th rounder. If the Blues want more picks, they're going to move 19. I bet that's what's going to happen. Nikki Glazer's going to pretend to announce the pick, and then she's going to push the trade button and rickroll everyone. Because Nikki Glazer's a stand-up comedian. That's what she does for a living. I'm calling it right now. The Blues are going to trade 19, and Nikki Glazer's going to pretend to announce the pick.
Heard it here first.
I might be wrong, but I think it's either going to be Cameron Reed or they're going to trade the pick. And I think they're going to – if the Flames take Cameron Reed, I bet they trade the pick. I bet they move down.
Wow.
But if they don't, it's either going to be Cameron Reed or they're going to trade that pick to a team, because with only 3 picks and no picks until the 5th and 6th round, it really doesn't make sense to stay at 19 if you want in a draft this year. And the Flyers are an ideal trade partner for the Blues with all the capital they have. But can they get him without giving? I think if the Flyers can give up just 36 and 40, and then maybe like a third or something, I think you move up to 19 and then you keep 46 or 48. That makes a lot of sense if there's a guy you like and you're the Flyers. What do you think, Ron?
Well, but I mean,
you don't want to give up that much. Keep your picks.
I got Roger McQueen up there at going to showing him getting on the helicopter. But the thing of it is that I don't know if you want to give up that many picks to get that one player. Do you understand what I'm saying? And
I agree.
They already gave up their 2 other first round picks to get Nesbitt. So I don't know, man. And they did give up another. If
you think a pick's a reach, like I do, go back and watch all the press conferences on YouTube after the draft. You'll learn a lot into why each player was picked by each team. I learned a lot from Briere the last 2 years, so
I agree.
We'll see what happens.
Wow.
Who is this announcing the pick?
Lanny McDonald, Hall of Famer.
I've never heard of him. He's with the Flames in '89.
Yeah. He was one of the last guys, I think, to wear a helmet or to not wear a helmet.
Yes, because the Islanders took Victor Eklund at 16, and then they also took Kashawn Aitchison. And then the Flames are about to pick Yeah, so I'll type the Flames pick onto the news ticker, and I'll type it under the stream here, and then
Okay.
I'll update the site because I'm about ready to update the back end of round one. I'm
Yeah.
just doing a few things logistically, and the picks are moving in pretty fast.
Yeah. Cole Resheshny.
Cole Resheshny, the Victoria Royals. I had him going to the Blackhawks, but at 25. But at the same time, him and Coots both have experience in the top line. I like this pick. I don't know if I'd give it an A plus, but I don't think I can give it anything lower than an A minus. So I don't know what grade I'm going to give it yet. I'll figure that out when we get to the Flames pick. But yeah, I do like the selection.
I don't know about this one here.
We'll see. I have not decided what I'm going to do with that pick, so I'm just gonna worry. I'm just gonna get the Aitchison picture up and the Aitchison write up, and then we'll worry about the Calgary pick when we get to it. I think that's the best approach to take.
In 62 games, he had 26 goals and 66 assists, right, for 92 points. So I mean, it's not like the guy doesn't know how to score. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
and I watched the Victoria Royals were on the WHL Game of the Week twice this year, and I was more impressed with Keaton Verahoff, the top defenseman in next year's draft, who's going to North Dakota, than I was with Reshny.
Yeah,
he did a good job. And ironically enough, Reshny's also going to be going to North Dakota with Keaton Verahoff.
I was just going to say committed to going to North Dakota, so there you go.
Yep, so they're going to be.
And that's a good school up there, man. The North Dakota, I mean, that's
yeah, Jonathan Taves' alma mater. They are yes, sir, very good school.
That's a good program up there. I mean, I know that was Dave Hackstall's team up there, but they were perennially in the Frozen Four for many years. Now they never really won it, but they were perennially in the Frozen Four. So that's a good program up there, as far as I'm concerned.
I agree.
Just like you were talking about earlier, where the college hockey. We talked about the Big Ten, but you also have to mention, the other teams up there too, like Minnesota, Michigan. You know what I mean? Those are all Big Ten schools, but you got to mention them schools, because
Maddox Labor, a defenseman in the QMJHL that I have a 4th round grade on, that was the number 1 defenseman on the Victoriaville Tigres. He's going to Ohio State this fall.
Yeah.
So the Big Ten is just going to be. They're going to continue to get talent. The Big Ten, they're going to be the de facto number 2 conference behind the SEC in football. You could argue they're number 1 in football, but they're going to be number 1 in hockey. And because SEC does not have a college hockey division yet. If they got one, I think things would change. But right now, the Big Ten and the Hockey East. Well, Hockey East is basically the SEC of college hockey. And
and I was just going to say, I would agree with that.
So, yeah.
I'd agree with that. Oh, wow. Here we go. So the St. Louis Blues for pick number 19. I don't think we're going to be done by 10:30.
I don't either. If I had to guess, I would say we're probably going to end at 11:15. I was only a few minutes off with the NBA draft. I said it was going to end at 10:30 yesterday, and I was pretty much on the money. If I had to guess right now, it's going to end at around 11:15. If I had to take an educated guess on when the draft's going to end, I'd say 11:15.
That sounds about right, because we're at pick 19.
Yeah.
So, and we've only had a couple little trades.
10:50 if some of these teams just run to the podium and just turn their pick in. But I don't. Well, this is not a centralized draft. That's the other thing. So it's going to take a little bit longer.
Well, plus you got to have commercials and, it's the whole production. So
agreed.
Either way, though,
I'm getting the Aitchison write up right now. I'm just going to copy and paste that. Okay, here we go. So Aitchison, that was, and the one thing I forgot to do is I forgot to list the actual font for the grades for the first. I made sure to do that for the other teams. I made sure to do that for the other teams, but I forgot to do that at the beginning of the draft when setting up these web pages. So I got to remind myself to do that as soon as the draft ends tonight. But I'm going to do that right now so that this is quicker once we get the picks in, because it's a very minor detail, but it's a minor detail that I probably should have done a better job remembering. But it's okay as long as I fix it. We've got 90 seconds until the Blues pick. We're good.
We're good.
And yeah, so
I gotta say though, I was a little surprised at the Flyers trade and selection of Nesbitt, with them trading away the 22nd and the 31st pick, because
yep.
all I heard from Danny Briere was that we're not trading away our first round picks, and the first thing he did was trade them away.
Yeah. You know, the Blues are picking. You look at the body language, you look at all the guys, they're staring at the big board in admiration. They're picking here. They haven't turned in their card yet, but they're picking here. They're just trying to create drama, or they're trading. I don't think they have a trade in place, and the way they look tells me they're picking. The way that their scouts looked at the board in admiration, the draft in admiration, that tells me they're picking. I could be wrong, but I think we agree they're probably picking here. Yep. Unless Nikki trolls us with a trade, I don't think that's going to happen. I would say the Blues are probably picking here.
Well,
my screen turned off for a second. All right.
We don't see any trade alerts.
Yeah, I don't see any trade alerts either.
I think we're going on with this one.
Yeah, we are. Nikki Glazer, Gary Bettman announced Nikki Glazer. Maybe, yeah, we can bring Nikki back if yeah, this would be a great time for Comedy Central to announce the roast of Gary Bettman with Roastmaster Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly as the head of. I would watch that, though. I would watch that, even if the NHL made me pay money to watch that. I would watch that. I just think it'd be too funny.
Yeah, I'd watch that. I'd watch that all day. So here we go now. St. Louis Blues. Come on now. Say the name. We don't need to go through all this rigmarole. Just say the name.
I like the one thing I wanted to see Aitchison improve in was his wrist shot and slap shot accuracy, but he checked every other box.
Yeah. I don't care. I don't even care if he plays defense. I don't care. Or offense, I mean. I don't care.
Just that exceptional defensively. So,
yeah. Justin Carbonneau.
I mocked him 15th to Vancouver. I'm not even sure I'll be able to fit this pick on the draft results page.
No.
Because St. Louis Blues is 3 words and Blandville Boys Brand Armada is also 3 words. So I'm not even sure the pick's going to fit the screen when we get to it.
Man, does he got all the letters in there? 6'1", 205 pounds. This is a great pick here for St. Louis. I think he's a good player. He plays bigger than the 6'1" frame because he's 205 pounds. But I think this is a good player here for them.
All right, so I'll update the picks here on the stream here, and then 18 was the Flames. Calgary took Cal. They took Cole Reshny.
So he's either gonna go back.
I think Justin Carbonneau might be going the NCAA route. That's what I heard, and I heard Bill Zonnen's getting traded to Blandville Boy Braun Armada.
Okay,
Bill Zonnen, the player on the I really like Bill Zonnen, the Reunion Miranda Huskies forward.
Yeah.
He interviewed very well. I saw one of his interviews on Facebook Live, and he really stood out in that interview. That was before his draft year this year. That was like in the summer.
Okay, he's either going to commit to go to college or he's going to go back to the Q.
Yep. Justin Carbonneau, I had him at 15 on my board. I'm not sure. BBA. I'm just BB. I'm just gonna put BB because we're already at 595 characters through 19 picks. So
Right?
yeah.
62 games played. He had 46 goals, 43 assists for
Is he my
89.
number 2 player on the board now that Aitchison's off the board? Because I had O'Brien at 13 and I had Milton Gastrin at 14. But I thought the Blue Jackets would reach for Gastrin. He was never my 14th best player. And then after that was Carbonneau. So yeah, I think this Carbonneau's probably going to be an A+ for the Blues. I'm surprised they went that route because they already have a lot of stability and depth on the wing with their prospect pool. But hey, best player available. You can't really argue with the thought process at 19. And
No. And I agree. I think he is probably one of. I mean, there's a lot of guys out there that could have gone there. You know what I mean? It wouldn't have a problem with any one of them.
And Calgary really can go best player on their board over need because they've really hit on all their picks in last year's draft. Zane Parekha played number 1 defenseman in the Flames season finale. They got Henry Muse in the 3rd round. Eric Jameson, and then they got some forwards in last year's draft too. They got a lot of talent in their prospect pool. Matvei Grindin, Craig Conroy knocked it out of the park last year, and they got the goalie from Penn State coming up to the AHL. And it was a 7th round pick, just like Dustin Wolf. That's the thing. Calgary's actually good at drafting goalies in the 7th round.
I mean, they just kind of have a knack for it, I guess. What?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking it for sure. So we got
what I don't know what grade I'm going to give Calgary because I'm looking at their lines for they have Kadri on the top line. They have Morgan Frost in the second line. They got him in the trade, I believe, with it was either Ottawa or Toronto. They
Philly.
got Philly. They got
Philly.
He was drafted by the Flyers. That's right. He was a Greyhound. Yeah. I forgot he was drafted by the Flyers. And the NHL is, I think, I'd love to see Nil win it a 3rd year in a row, but I'm pretty certain Zito's getting it this year if they haven't announced it already.
Yeah. I was actually happy to see that trade happen. You know, I was happy to see Frost.
Yep. Frost is the 2nd line center. Backlund's the 3rd line center, and then Zeri's the 4th line center. If I had to guess, they're going to move on from Backlund soon. They'll keep Backlund as a stopgap while Reshny develops in Victoria, and I'm guessing Zeri and Reshny will have a competition for that center 3 behind Kadri.
Probably, yeah.
Frost, more than likely.
Probably.
And whoever loses will stay on the 4th line. That's probably what will happen if I had to guess. But I don't know. That's just a hypothesis. And hypotheses are not always accurate.
No.
Sometimes they backfire and sometimes they're disasters, but that's the fun with the hypothesis.
You know, that's the fun with theories and hypotheses and stuff. You know what I mean? That's the beauty of it.
Yep. So I would agree. And I'm just I know Nil won the award 2 years in a row. Are they showing replays of Nil winning the award? Or are they gonna? I'm kind of curious, but I'm getting the write up for. I had Carlos Handel in round 1. I know he's listed in like the 100s in like the 4th round, but
really
from Germany, he played.
Yeah, we interviewed him.
He was number 1 defenseman on Halifax, and Halifax upset Drummondville in the playoffs 1-0 in Game 7. Yeah. Who scored the only goal? Mr. Handel, a Prospect Watch alum.
People another one. Yeah.
Please,
what a great interview he was, man.
A lot of the NHL mock drafts are sleeping on Handel. He is I think he's a legitimate top 30 player in this draft. I have him at 28. I think I have 29 to Carolina.
Wow. Okay.
So I'm higher on him than the consensus, Ron. I know it sounds silly, but I'm higher on him than the consensus.
And it sounds like it. It sure sounds. Now, okay. So what do you think about Aiden Park?
Aiden Park's good too. I mean, I had him at Aiden Park, is that the guy in the Green Bay Gamblers, or is that the guy?
Yeah.
Penn State. I'm sorry, I'm confused.
No,
There's so many names.
Aiden Park is um he's +1 on his draft year. He should have been drafted last year, but
Aiden
he
Park
didn't.
was at the Green Bay Gamblers pick in the
Yeah,
USHL draft. He went to Shattuck St. Mary's. I basically said if somebody of the trio of Iserman, Celebrini, and Park slips through the crack, it's probably going to be Park. But I think they're all really good. They're all really very talented players on that.
yeah. And anybody that gets Park is going to get a steal. I think he's going to be
Yeah.
a steal of the draft.
Yep, I agree. Cole Reshny went to Calgary. I don't know how I feel about this pick because I think Frost and Kadri are locked into those top 2 spots, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't think Reshny's an A+ pick, but I also don't think it's a C pick either. I mean, I'd probably give it a B if I had to, because he's going to North Dakota. I do like his upside, but he's not going to have an impact right now, and you really don't know. Well, I'll give it a B+. I'll give it a B+. I do really like Reshny.
That's generous, but I think that fits. That's pretty good grade.
All right, so B+ for Reshny. We're on to the Blues. That's going to be an A+. I just hope I can fit the name for Justin Carbonneau. I just hope I can fit the name. I'm semi-nervous. I won't be able to fit the name and logo. I could barely fit the name and logo on the site when I was working on the
Well, wait till we get to Neuenswander or Ravensburgen or
I mocked Neuenswander to Toronto in the mock draft, and it didn't fit. I had to put him on a different team. I had to put him on a different team because the name was so long. It didn't fit. It stretched out. The logo stretched out. It looked really ridiculous. So, yeah, I mean.
I love it. They're showing Roger McQueen here.
Okay, so I've got the Aitchison pick. Should I Yeah, let's screenshot Draft Utopia. We haven't done that in a few minutes. I've been busy multitasking, coding, breaking these picks down with Ron. We'll screenshot this for a little bit.
You're the man. Dude, you're the man.
Thank you, Ron. I appreciate that. But yeah, Aitchison went to Islanders. Reshny went to Calgary. And surprisingly, Carbonneau fits. Will it still fit after I type in A+? Let's find out. Barely fits, but I was worried the name would overlap. It did overlap. The A+ made the top line, but the grade made made the bottom line.
Oh no!
I sort of. If I just put A+, it would look goofy if I did that. But yeah, I'll live with that. I'll compromise. I'm flexible enough to live with that because.
All right. There you go.
It does look a little ridiculous, but it doesn't look as ridiculous as one of these longer names.
You could get rid of the Justin and just put J Carbonneau.
Yeah, but I'm going to do that with the ticker on our site. But yeah,
okay.
J Carbonneau to the Blues.
Yeah.
Really, I already did that. So the Blue Jackets have pick 20. Very strong draft by the Blues, and yeah, they do have a very
goalie. The first goalie.
Aitor Andrianov, the Russian goalie, goes to Columbus at 20. Now, that is a surprise. He was my number 3 goalie behind Ravensburgen and
Neuenswander.
I had Ivan Kovic at 2. I had Neuenswander as like my goalie 5 or 6, but I had 5 goalies in round 2. I did.
Wow.
But Andrianov had the lowest goals against average, I think, of the top 6 consensus goalies.
That's why I'm very surprised about this. Although
I could see Ravensburgen also going into round 2. Round 1. I could see 2 goals going in the back into round 1 because you look at who's on the clock. Ottawa. I could even see Pittsburgh taking a goalie because they rushed. I like the goalie they drafted from Finland, but they rushed him up last year. Their 22nd round pick.
You can't rush goalies, man. You can't.
Because he was great in the regular season with the AHL. Joel Blomqvist, they rushed him. He was great in the regular season in his first year with Wilkes-Barre, but he struggled in the playoffs. And I think it was Lehigh Valley that knocked him out of the playoffs, Ron.
Yeah, it was.
So,
it was. Yep.
So, yeah. That's why I said they need to let him stay in the AHL for one more year and develop. And because they rushed him, I could see them taking another goalie here, and I could see them swinging the fences for Ravensburgen. But I think, yeah,
We got Ottawa on the clock now at 21.
I'm trying to type. I had this goalie going to Vancouver in round 2. I did.
Okay.
Pytor Andrianov. He's CSKA Moscow. CSKA Moscow. I will type the whole thing. I'm not going to type in the league the goalies play in, but I will type in CS because it's not a lot of characters, so I don't mind.
But I mean, that's their top league there, or
And,
one of
and,
their
and
top leagues.
Andrianov had a 175 goals against average in the MHL. And he got promoted to the KHL for 3 games, but he was the backup goalie in those 3 games.
Okay.
And they also own his rights. So CSK in Moscow owns the rights to Pytor Andrianov until 26-27. So he will not sign a rookie deal until the 2027 offseason. I'm willing to bet Andrianov's going to be the goalie in the Cleveland Monsters before he goes up to Columbus. Because I think Elvis is still the goalie in Columbus until 2020.
Yeah, Gerback. Yeah.
Merstelinskins. I think
Or
he's still
Merzlenkins. Yeah.
Merzlenkins is still the starting goalie. So, but he's a big goalie, 6'2", 207. So the size, the goals against average being the lowest, and he checked all 10 boxes, just like Ravensburgen and Ivankovic. So I really can't fault Columbus for this pick if they're looking at this from an analytics standpoint to break the tie. I probably am going to give. I don't know if I'm going to give. What grade did I give Columbus at 14? I gave that. They got Jackson Smith at 14. I gave that an A+. I'm probably going to give this. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to type the I'm going to type the Carbonneau pick first. And then
I give that a C pick because I don't think he was the best goalie on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I had him at number 3, and you could argue. But I think the size and the fact that his goals against average was under 2 is probably why Columbus took him here.
Probably. And he's Russian.
Yeah. Russian goalies historically have had more success. Remember, the Avalanche took that Russian goalie that was the KHL MVP in the second round last year. That was the first goalie off the board. Everybody thought it was going to be Carter George. I think, was Carter George a Prospect Watch alumnus?
Yes, he is.
Okay, I that's what I thought, because I think his interview was the first interview on your channel I watched last year.
Oh, nice.
Very first. So that's why I asked. But I didn't know you like I know you now. So
yeah. That was a good interview, man. So last year we had 5 players that we interviewed got drafted. And the highest player was Etienne Morin, who was drafted 44th overall. Right, so that was the highest draft pick player that we interviewed. This year, we blew it out of the water because we interviewed Matthew Schaefer. So,
and that led to more opportunities because you could just say that on your resume and more people would come on your show.
So now that's what I'm hoping we can do for this year. Now that we can say, hey, we interviewed a list as long as my arm of players that were drafted in the first round this year. So can we get your guy on the team, or can we get him on the show?
Yeah, and what's ironic is that back in the preseason when the NHL started, I predicted the St. Louis Blues would end up as wild card 1.
Trade.
I ended up with wild card 2. I was pretty close. I had them picking at 20 instead of 19 in the preseason, but I was pretty accurate. That was a pretty accurate prediction. That aged pretty well. So, hey.
So
the Nashville Predators have moved up to 21 with Ottawa. Okay. All right.
Wow. Could we see? So they're getting the 23rd and the 67th pick. The Senators trade the 21st overall pick to the Predators in exchange for the 23rd and the 67th
That's
overall
pick. That's a good trade for both teams. Ottawa moves down, and they pick up another third. That's a good deal for both teams. Nashville's got a ton of draft capital.
Yeah.
I think maybe was Nashville going to move up for Ravensburg, and maybe they think the Penguins are going to pick Ravensburg, and so they're going to move up and take him here.
Maybe.
I mean, they have Juicy Saros under contract for 7 more seasons.
Yeah, but
But he's getting older. He's 30. You never know when goalies are going to decline. So
but
this also could be for Blake Fiddler because Blake Fiddler started out in Vernon Fiddler started out in Nashville. Blake Fiddler, this could be Blake Fiddler too. It could also be Cameron Reed, but I think we're going to see a winger and a defenseman or a goalie and we're not going to see 2 centers. We're going to see a combination of positions by Nashville. Okay. Finally done with the Carbonneau write-up. I can reload the page, and then I'm going to... Yeah, let's update the trade now. I'm sorry, Columbus. I'm sorry. Nashville decided to ruin your party. I was going to post Columbus grade, but Nashville, I got to post the trade. I'm sorry, Columbus. We're not trying to be...
You got ruined. So sorry. Sorry about your luck.
Yeah, I sound like the BP CEO after he had that oil crisis back in the day.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. So here we go. We're at pick 21 with Nashville with a trade here from Ottawa.
Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow at noon, but I will have a recap show only on TalkShoe at 11 a.m. because my other co-host Joey, he doesn't call in through the live stream. He calls in through either TalkShoe or his cell phone, and he usually calls anywhere from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. So we'll have a recap show only on TalkShoe tomorrow morning, and then Ron and I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know if Ron will be back. He's invited back if he'd like to come back tomorrow afternoon. But it depends. It depends how you feel and what you feel like doing. I appreciate you coming on for the first round, though. This is
yeah. No. Yeah. I'm gonna try to be on. I had some other commitments that I might have to do. So, but I am gonna try to be on because this is what this is all about, man. This draft is what everything culminates to this point. Okay. And this is what I mean, you've seen how many drafts now, Chris. You've covered how many drafts, and you know that when these kids get their name called, dreams come true.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So this is the culmination of the sport right here. This is why hockey is one of the greatest sports.
Yeah, because I thought Malcolm Subban was going to be better than Vasilevsky in the 2012 draft when I went to that draft in Pittsburgh with my dad because my next door neighbor, Mark, he had tickets to go to the draft with his kids, but his kids didn't want to go to the draft, so he gave us the tickets, and my dad and I went to the draft in Pittsburgh at Cotsell Energy Center that year. And that was the draft. Stahl was traded to Carolina, too, because Pittsburgh ended up getting the 8th pick that year. They got Derek Pouliot. And they didn't think they could keep Stahl because they had already paid Crosby and Malkin. So I think if they had kept Stahl, they probably would have won more cups, but I don't know how they would have managed
it. Defenseman Cameron Reed.
That is a great pick. I love this pick.
The Kitchener Rangers. Yep. Oh, man. This
wasn't on my radar at the beginning of the year, but he earned his way up to the top line, loves to eat steaks, really knocked an interview out of the park on SteelFlyers out of the park. I saw that. That was one of the interviews I saw because I remember because OHL Game of the Week's on a Friday, and I think the Kitchener Rangers were playing the London Knights that night.
They were.
Wow, so I actually got the game right. I'm surprised I had enough brain cells to remember that was the game that you were interviewing him on.
Yes, exactly. So, oh my gosh, what an amazing, proud moment. Cameron Reed, what an amazing player. They're gonna get a guy that's definitely gonna take care of business. Love this player, has great vision. Is a good playmaker, has that good first pass. You know what I mean? Is able to see the ice very well, got a good shot for a defenseman, can play in all situations. Really like this kid. Really like this kid.
And before I get to the Columbus pick, let's go back to the stream here and update let's update the pick after the trade. It's Nashville. Yeah, we're gonna go back. Let's let's zoom out of the site for a second. Stop screen sharing. Go back to seeing our faces because some of the picks are flying in here, and
Yeah.
we got
Yeah.
we got a lot of stuff got to cover. But yeah, Cameron Reed.
2024 Helenka Gretzky Cup gold medal winning player. I mean, OHL all rookie first team. I mean, you can't not get these kind of accolades unless you're really, really good. And for a defenseman, being able to put up the numbers he was able to put up, being able to just be the kind of player that he is, you know what I mean? I'm over the top excited for
Yeah,
Cameron Reed. This is an amazing pick. Nashville's getting a great player. And
yeah.
hey, by the way, Nashville now has two Prospect Watch alums. Now they just drafted Cameron Reed, and last year they drafted Aiden Fink. So hey, what do you know?
Aiden Fink. I love the Aiden Fink pick. And usually the news ticker is green because in the Draft Utopia logo, you see the buildings in the city surrounding the utopia of sports. You see the
Right.
buildings, you see the architecture. So we make the news ticker green. I made it orange tonight because I know Rod's coming on as our guest. Wanted to make him feel like he was at home. So that's why the news ticker is orange instead of
Oh,
green.
thanks, Orange.
And I can change the color to any color. I can make it yellow or black like the Steelers too. I have that power.
Oh, no.
But I'm just
Yeah,
going
we're
to leave it
good.
orange for now. We're going to leave it
Yeah.
orange.
We're going with orange. Although red, white, and blue wouldn't be bad either.
I mean, I could make it red. Maybe we'll make it red or blue tomorrow, but we don't have to.
Yeah.
We're not going to tinker with it right now. Let's just enjoy
No.
tonight's draft.
No,
We won't
no.
tinker with it right now, but just saying.
What a great pick here. Oh my gosh. This is so cool. This is so amazing.
And the
to
Penguins have
see.
that pick. And before I update Columbus's pick, since Nashville and Ottawa swap picks at 21 and 23, I'm making sure to put that on the site.
Yeah.
Not just
Yeah.
the news ticker, but the actual where the grades and write-ups are, because
Right.
it's a very big part of the process. And I want to make sure I have exactly what we
And I really like this pick. I think they got a really good player here. Even for a defenseman, 14 goals, 40 assists for 54 points. And he was a plus player. Look, when you play defense, the most important thing is being a plus player.
Exactly.
Okay?
It's a plus minus ratio. A lot of people overlook it. It's important. It matters, folks. You don't overlook that. It's what separates a two-way defenseman from an offensive defenseman.
Hello.
Or if you're not a good offensive defenseman, it separates a good defensive defenseman from a average defensive defenseman.
Exactly. All you have to do is look at the Selkie.
I just all these casual YouTubers like the hockey guy who are great to listen to, but say the plus minus doesn't matter. You're wrong. It matters. It matters because it separates the great ones from the ordinary ones. Okay.
I agree 100%. Most people, like you said, overlook it, but as far as I'm concerned, that's a very important stat. That tells me a lot about the kind of player you are.
Exactly. Thank you.
Because if you're scoring 40 goals, but you're a minus 60, well, what good are you? You're not helping me. You're a minus 20 on me now. You know.
I'm going to give Andrianov a B grade, but the reason I was considering giving it an A grade because I missed on Vasilevsky, and I was right on. I thought Malcolm Subban was going to be better than Vasilevsky because Subban killed it in Belleville in his draft year. But
yeah.
that 2012 was a crazy draft. Morgan Riley's the only top 5 pick still in the league. Ryan Murray's out of the league. Griffin Reinhart's out of the league.
Yep.
Alex Galchenyuk's out of the league, and Nail Yakupov's out of the league too. So
wow, here we go. Now we got the Penguins doing their selection
78
again.
viewers. Wow, thank you guys. We were at 75, I think, a few minutes ago when I did the last, and now we've got Letang and his son announcing another pick.
I think they're going to announce a pick.
Yeah, so I'll give Andrianov a B grade. Ron gave it a C. I gave it an A, so that kind of evens out to a solid B for Columbus at 20. But they're going Bill Zonin of Reun Noranda. I love this pick for the Penguins. I think he could be a back 6 guy, but I also think he could play on the top 6. I actually think you could mold him into a successor to Malkin or Crosby down the road.
Okay. I mean, he's a Canadian guy. He's 6'2", 187 pounds. He
Mario Lemieux and Crosby both played in the QMJHL. I
yep.
love the fact that the Penguins, well, they took a WHL guy at 11, but I love the fact that the Penguins are going back to their QMJHL roots. And he started skating at age 5 after seeing PK Subban play for Montreal.
Yeah.
That is very cool.
I don't think anybody had him.
I had him going to the Sharks at 30. Some people had him in round 2, and others had him in the back end of round 1. But when Dallas had picked 30, I had Dallas picking him at 32. So he was at 30. He stayed at 30 throughout the entire process for me.
Okay. I was just gonna say, the very low end of the first round or the very top end of the second round, 28 goals, 55 assists for 83 points. That's good production. 5th in the queue with 55 assists. So I mean, I like this pick. This is going to be a good pick for Pittsburgh. This is definitely something that they're going to need sooner rather than later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, let's face it. When you put on that Pittsburgh Penguins jersey, the fact that Sidney Crosby is still playing for that team, the fact that Malkin's still playing for that team, you know what I mean? Like,
dang, they're all still playing for that team. And the Penguins were a team that I think they gave the Penguins an A+. The Penguins, the Kings, and the Flames were the only teams to get an A+ pick on every grade in last year's draft. So, and I gave the Penguins 2 A-minuses. I'm thinking A- for Zahn, and I'm thinking A- for an A- is not bad. It's like a 90 or a 91 instead of a 100. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's nothing.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with the
Some
A
people
on
get
that.
upset about an A-, but an A- is nothing to be ashamed of. It's like a 91 or a 92 on a test out of 100. You should be proud of that.
I mean, if I got a 91 on a test, I'd be proud of that.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I only got 9 wrong. What?
You got 9 out of 100 questions wrong. That's a pretty good score.
I mean, I like that ratio. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good ratio.
All right, now we got Ottawa. You think they're going to take a goalie here?
Only reason I suggested a goalie because you're building a new NHL arena set to open in 2027. The player you pick here needs to sell tickets. Because you're losing that 2026 first round pick for tampering with Evgeny Dodonov. You didn't list the 10 teams on the no trade list, and you want to take the NHL to court. You're not going to win a lawsuit against the NHL. This is going to age about as badly as when the president tried to sue the NFL. Yeah, current president tried to sue the NFL in the 80s, and the USFL won $1, I think, with Donald Trump leading the downfall of the USFL with the New Jersey Generals. I'm not going to go into that. It's on 30 for 30 if you have ESPN Plus. You can learn more about it. And I think somebody has a video of it on I think it was like a Daily Motion or something, one of the sites, Vimeo, I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's not my responsibility to look into how ESPN can take that down. The Senators are on the clock, and they did a great job getting back to the playoffs, turning their team around this year.
Bringing in some talent helped. Bringing in a Kachuk, bringing in a Gajaroo, bringing in a Markstrom, some goaltending. Hey, what do you know? It's amazing when you bring in some goaltending. What happens to your team? I mean, maybe it's just me. I don't know. So now they're interviewing the Islanders GM.
ZB Zonin. So yes. And then 23 is Ottawa. Okay.
Right now, yeah, they're on the clock right now. They got 55 seconds, or it says the pick is in. So here we go.
I'm typing in the Cameron Reed pick for Nashville. That is going to be an A+ for me because I Reed at this value. I had him at 19 to the Blues. I mean, you could make an argument for Hensler here too. There was just a lot of good defensemen, but I think Reed really separated himself from the pack with his play this season, and I just think the value you're getting here.
Can't disagree with you on that one at all. Cannot disagree with you on that one at all. Really like that pick. I really think that's a great pick for them.
Yep.
So here we go now.
Bill Zonin. I'm updating that pick, and then because I can always retype the picks in on the news ticker at the end of the show. I just think getting as many of the lengthy write-ups as possible is the harder part of this, because you don't have a lot of time. Tomorrow, we're going to have
you don't.
more on the ticker. But yeah, Ottawa's got 23, and
so is this David Grohl?
Tom Green, the guy who was in Jackass, and he was in Road Trip. He was the tour guide in the movie Road Trip, the 2000 hit comedy with Sean William Scott, and he was also in Freddy Got Fingered. I've seen a lot of Tom Green movies. I'm not gonna go over the history. I didn't know Tom Green was a Senators fan, and I give him props for bringing his dog on the show. I think that's a very classic.
There you go. And as you predicted, Logan Hensler, defenseman from Wisconsin, that's another.
I had Ravensburg, but I said it's time for Hensler to come off the board. From a value standpoint, it just makes way too much sense.
Yeah. I'm with you on that, but man, I gotta tell you, this is
and his role model is Mick Sanderson. He'll have the privilege of playing with Sanderson in Ottawa. Maybe he's not a top line guy, but he'll have that honor of being in the same locker room as Sanderson. So,
I mean, he's a 2-time gold medalist for the United States. He's 18 this year, 6'3", 198 pounds, and 32 games. He had 2 goals and 10 assists.
Began the year as Wisconsin's #1 defenseman, but after the Ohio State game, they demoted him to the second line, and he actually did better there versus the top line. That's
yeah
down the stretch, because a lot of people were saying Hensler played a lot better down the stretch once he settled into that second.
Yeah, I mean, second on the team in scoring for a defenseman.
Yeah.
But, you know,
I mean, he did take a while to blossom, but he really does have the traits. And at one point, he was considered the top defenseman in this draft. I remember at the beginning of the process.
I do. Yep.
#1 guy, but the #1 defender in most mock drafts was Hensler at a certain point because of what.
No, I agree. And I do remember seeing that as well too. And it's like we talked about before, you know, when we talked about how it takes defenders that, you know, 2-3 years to kind of get to that point where they get it, you know, and some guys get to that point. Like we talked about this on the Hockey Raiders Inc. show the other night with Perlo Wisdom, where guys mature at different levels. Okay. And you know, maybe you were a little bit more
some guys hit their stride early. I'm not going to talk about some people hit growth spurts. I'm not going to talk about puberty. I don't think that's very appropriate.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about like maturity.
Exactly. Mental makeup, not just the physical makeup, the mental
correct.
Makeup, where they are, where their mindset is.
Correct.
Exactly.
Correct. Because you gotta have this going on up here in order to have the rest of this going on up here.
The brain leads to everything else.
So now here we go. We're at pick 24, and I really need to see a Liam Kilfoyle or
I want to see Kilfoyle get picked. What's interesting is I was going through my Blues I was going through the 5th round of my mock draft, and I was looking through the future considerations draft board. Who should I give the Blues in round 5? And then because I wanted to pick a player that had game film on them, like prospect shifts. They'll do like 20-minute shift by shift game.
Man, by the way, shout out to prospect shifts. I absolutely love that site. I can't begin to tell you how many videos that I've used from prospect shifts to get footage of the players that we're interviewing. So, man,
exactly. They
big props to them.
Because I know prospect shifts is one of the only sites that does the game-by-game film. When it comes to football, I want the full play-by-play game film. When it's hockey, I want shift-by-shift. When it's basketball, I don't just want to see the player on offense. I want to see how they defend. When it's baseball, I want to see hitting and fielding if they're a third baseman. And if it's soccer, I want to see how they dribble the ball, how they shoot the ball, and how they react defensively. I want to see all of that. But
exactly,
some of these colleges, they tell their players, just put highlights of yourself and sell yourself to these teams. No, give us the full display of game film and really showcase your abilities.
See, I would much rather watch a guy, like many times when you watch an offensive player, right? An offensive
I'll
lineman.
watch highlights if that's the only thing I have to work with, but it's a last resort.
But
And
you want to watch an offensive lineman, how they do their A gap technique, how they do their B gap technique. You want to see them make mistakes, right? You want to see them do something well. You want to see them make mistakes. This is why I really love prospect shifts, because they show every single shift. They highlight the player, like they put like a little shadow on the player so you can see who it is.
that's what I do with my game films, except I'll put like a circle or an X whenever the
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like they put like a little circle around the player or whatever. But I can't say enough good things about prospect
they
shifts.
are the go-to. And like when we found Liam Kilfoyle, not only did we find that he was the first line center on Halifax, not only were we impressed with the film, we also found your interview with him on Prospect Watch. And that's sort of why, and I sent my friend Brad Noble, a Blues fan, a picture of Liam Kilfoyle's film, and he basically gave me a thumbs up and replied, give him to the Blues in the 5th round. I don't care who's ahead of him on the board. Make sure this guy goes to the Blues in round 5. And I obliged. I gave Brad what he wanted. And Brad, you need to check out Ron's interview with Kilfoyle when you get a chance, man, because it's really good stuff. It's very educational and informative stuff.
Yeah. And he's also another player.
I think Kilfoyle deserves to go a lot higher than where I projected him, but it's like I was already at that point in the mock. I really couldn't go back.
Right.
Late. But I do think he's a diamond in the rough. He's a gem. He is everything. I hope he gets picked in the top 100 tomorrow if he's not picked tonight.
Well, trade alert. The Kings are trading, but Liam Kilfoyle was another player that Sullivan Hockey coached.
Because I think the biggest regret I had in my Stars mock is passing on Kilfoyle, because I didn't know how good he was until I put Juuso Saari, who's a Finland defender, captain of Finland in the World Juniors. I already made that the pick, and I wasn't going to change it, but Kilfoyle's a really good player, even better person. So
the Kings traded 24th overall pick to the Penguins.
And the Penguins, that means the Kings are probably getting 31 and 59. I knew it, because the Penguins do have a late 2nd round pick at 59. I think it's a Capitals 2nd round pick. They have the Capitals 2nd round pick.
Okay.
So we have another trade involving the Penguins.
Huh. I wonder who they're going to select.
Yeah. Bill Zahn, he was a 2nd-line left winger, but he made the transition to center this year. And he can play all winger roles. Can play right winger, can play center, can play left winger. He can play all the forward roles.
Maybe we'll see the second goalie come off the board here.
I'm thinking it might be the second goalie. It might be, because, I mean, Joel Blomqvist was rushed up to the NHL. Tristan Jarry got demoted to the AHL. And the other goalie they had, he was steady, but he's more of a stopgap. He's not a long-term starter.
Yeah, I agree. 100%.
So that's why I think Pittsburgh
needs goaltending. Yeah, they need goaltending.
You don't take a goalie here. I did mock a goalie to Pittsburgh in round 2. It's not the goal. It's not. I mocked a different goalie. I did not mock Blomqvist. I mocked a different goalie, a goalie that I think was getting slept on. I mocked Lucas Beckman. Baycom Pittsburgh in the 2nd round with Washington's pick. But yeah, Beckman, it's interesting because Beckman's number 2 on Central Scouting's list behind Ravensburg and among the Canadian goalies. And Joey actually is higher on I think Joey, my other co-host, has Beckman as his number 2 goalie behind
Okay.
Ravenberg. And so tomorrow's going to be fun with the goalies because we really don't know how this is going to play out.
Well, especially if none of them, if only Petrov is the only, Uratov is the only one that goes, then yeah, it's going to be goalie fest tomorrow.
Yeah. I think I mocked 20 or 21 goalies to 21 different teams in the 7-round mock draft.
Wow.
Next
Wow.
year's draft doesn't have a goalie projected to be picked until the 3rd round. That's why I think we're going to see a goalie boom, especially with the new emergency goalie rule set to go into effect next year.
And did you see, by the way, did you see that the NHL, the NHLPA agreed to the new 4-year collective bargaining agreement,
Yep.
which I believe, if I
It's
recall,
going to take effect in 26-27.
26-27, but it's also going to, I believe, add 2 more games.
Yeah, 84. And NHL regular season is going to be 84 games.
Yeah.
I was thinking the entry-level contracts would get altered to where 18-year-olds would get 4-year contracts, 19-year-olds would get 3-year contracts in the future. But all they're really doing is they're increasing the age limit from 20 to 22 to sign the rookies. But honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to them putting something like that into effect, though, for the NHL draft. But
so they got Letang's son up here now, making the selection for Pittsburgh again.
Letang's son's announcing the picks. It's awesome.
Will Horkoff.
Really?
Yeah, a Michigan center.
There's a lot of people that like Horkoff. He was Michigan's 3rd-line left winger. I had a 3rd-round grade on him, but because he did really well at the end of the season, everyone was saying he's going to get picked in the 1st round. So, was this guy on Prospect Watch? Do you have anything on him?
No, I didn't watch any. We didn't interview him.
I'm not as high on him as the consensus is.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a C- for me. I'm not gonna give it a D+, but this is gonna be the lowest grade of the 1st round. This is gonna be a C-.
Well, okay. 6'4".
His size, you could argue his size makes him a C+, maybe a C, but his dad is Sean Horkoff. And see, that's the thing. The NHL bloodlines, that's why he got pushed up.
Well,
and Craig Button had him going in the 1st round too, but his dad played over 1,000 games. And the bloodlines really...
Okay. All right. I got no problems with that. I mean...
That's probably why he got pushed up. The bloodlines, the family genetics, the size, and the family bloodlines, I would think, are the 2 reasons.
All right. I mean, he's playing for Michigan. Okay. He's also playing for the U18 United States team, so you'll probably see him playing in some of the other worlds here coming up.
Horkoff was a left winger at Michigan, but he's listed as a center. He joined Michigan in this winter, had 10 points in 18 games, so there's a very limited sample size, and he was the 3rd-line left winger. That's why. But some are projecting him as a center. That's why I wasn't impressed with this tape, because there's
very little bit on him. Yeah.
So you just have to trust the family genetics and the fact that he's 6'5" and his dad's Sean Horkoff. That's really the thought process.
He's also 6'5" and 203 pounds. So I mean, he's definitely got the size.
Yeah. Because of who his dad is, because of the genetics, because of his size, I don't think you can give this a D grade. I do think it's a reach in terms of value, but I don't dislike the pick. I might just give it a C instead of a C+ now that I think about it. Now
I was just gonna say I'm down kind of with the C grade on this one, but look, this is all subjective.
It's all subjective because there's not a lot of information on him. He could end up being one of the steals of the draft, but we're not going to know for 5 years. He could be the Sam Rinzel of this draft too, but we're not going to know for at least 2 or 3 years because Sam Rinzel,
at the very least,
at the bare minimum, we're not going to know for 2 or 3 years.
Because I'm going to guarantee you, he's probably at least going to go back to Michigan.
I think he's going to be at Michigan until at least his junior season. The question is, he's going to stay for senior year. I'm guessing he goes back to Michigan until his junior year. He probably goes to Wilkes-Barre at the start of the 27-28 season. And then if he does well there, he's a spring call-up like Logan Stankoven in Dallas. That's best case scenario for Pittsburgh, I think.
I agree. but I mean, he definitely has like he has all the tools.
He does
He's
have
got all the
the
size.
tools, and his dad.
You know.
So
Yep, yep. So here we go, man.
we've got a few picks left.
I think
I'm
you're
on the
going to
low.
be correct on your assessment here, man.
I gave the Blackhawks Cole Reshny. I don't think but yeah, Blake Fiddler's still there. Sasha Budimein's there. Budimein, not necessarily a top line guy, but everybody said they didn't want to play Sasha at the combine. That's the one thing Anthony told me.
Okay.
So
I like a Lyndon Lakovic here, maybe.
Lyndon Lakovic would be a bargain at 25, really.
Seriously. I'm surprised he's still on the board, if you must know the truth.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I would have picked him. I think I would have picked him over Nesbitt. I mean, I would have, if I was going to trade and give away all that stock, I would have at least picked Lakovic over Nesbitt. But, you know, it is what it is.
I'm getting the Ottawa lines, and I'm getting all the all
Nice.
the other data while we wait for that pick at
Yep, 2 minutes left here for the Blackhawks to pick at number 25. By the way, I gotta say, Chris, this is the third draft that I've done now, a live stream on, and this has been the most fun one.
I appreciate that, Ron.
Yeah. Really like the chemistry here. I really like what you're doing here, man. I really appreciate all the work that you do and everything like that, man. It really says a lot. It really goes a long way, and I really appreciate it. And I'm very thankful that you have me on here, man. I really
I
appreciate it.
appreciate that because I've seen a few YouTubers. I hit it off with a few YouTubers that talked hockey. Some of them just got tired of my takes or my opinions, but I felt like we had this chemistry, this vibe where we were going to work well together. And I'm glad I took a chance on you, Ron.
Thanks, me too. Because you know, when one door closes, another door opens.
Exactly. It's life. It's like a Pandora's box. I know that's not the best analogy to use, but that's kind of what it is.
It is, you know, and I had some doors closed, and I reached out because you were somebody that I wanted to talk to for quite a while, and I felt a little honestly I felt a little handcuffed. But like I said, when one door closes, another one opens, and I'm really glad that I was able to be blessed enough to reach out to you, man. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome anytime. And the Blackhawks, their pick is in. I don't know what it is yet. I'm typing the Logan Hensler pick in, and
Yeah.
I'm still working on some stuff in the. I'll type in. I'll type in save here so at least our audience can see that we are updated on the.
Yeah.
Oh, did I type in Will Horkoff instead of Oops.
Did you type in his dad's name?
I typed in I typed in Will instead of just the first letter, but we're at 763 out of 1,000 characters, and there's only 8 picks left. I think we're gonna make it through without going over 1,000 letters, but only 240 letters to work with. This feels like a 24 episode with the limited characters left.
Cutting it tight.
It's very tight.
Cutting it tight. So here we go. Chicago. You know, Chicago has done really well, and the Islanders, I think, have done really
I think
well.
the Islanders are probably my biggest winner of round 1.
Yeah.
Maybe
Just with
value.
Yeah, just with
They got 3 of my top 12 players in one draft, which Chicago got 2 of my top 10 players back in 2023 when they took Oliver Moore, number 10, and Bedard 1. But the Islanders got 3 of my top 12, which is very, very difficult to pull off in real life.
I agree, 100%.
So I just don't think anybody's a bigger winner than the Islanders tonight. That's not to say these other teams can't hit on their picks or
yeah.
I
But
mean,
it doesn't matter.
If Chicago can hit on this pick, then you could argue, well, and these other teams that had multiple ones, they've had opportunities. I think Nashville may have the best chance to catch the Islanders as a big winner for tonight. If they hit on 26.
Oh, wow.
What's
So,
Vaclav Nestrasale? I had him in the second round. He's a second line winger, but this is the guy Anthony wanted. He wanted Nestrasale. He wanted. I'm probably going to give this. Well, I gave Frondell. What did I give? Did I give Frondell a B? I'm probably going to give this a B plus. I'm not as high on Nestrasale. He's 6'6" though. He mainly played on the second line, but I was hoping the Blackhawks would get that top line star to pair with Bedard, whether it's Porter Martone. I think that's what's going to hold them back from winning a cup. But they definitely have the depth to be competitive down the road in the third, fourth lines with all the guys Davidson's drafted. They definitely have the depth down the road. But I also don't see that top line guy there outside of Bedard who has that presence.
And I'm not. I'm not as high on this guy for being in the first round.
I had him going to Seattle at 38. Most had him going in the back end of round 1, but he was a line 2 guy on Muskegon, and I wasn't as high on him as his teammate Ivan Rybikin, who I think is slightly better.
Yeah, I mean, now he is committed to Massachusetts
so he'll go there. He'll play at Hockey East. So I
think if you do the evaluation on that after he plays a year there or two, then I think you're going to get the better evaluation for that player.
I agree. You're gonna learn a lot more about the strengths, the weaknesses, and really what the player brings to the table.
Yeah, because this is not a very the body of work that he did at Muskegon for being a second line right winger. That's not enough production. You didn't even get to 20 goals. You know what I mean? And when you're in juniors, and you're playing second line, you need to be doing a little bit more than that, especially if it's going to warrant a first round draft
pick.
That's
the thing. The Blackhawks, I feel like they needed to come away from this draft with one, maybe two top line wingers to pair with Bedard, and they failed to do that. If they get McKinnon next year, Bedard's cousin, the dynamic changes and they become a contender all of a sudden in 26, 27. But right now, they're still in a rebuild.
Yeah.
They haven't done enough. They might move out of the top, they might move out of the bottom 5, but they haven't done enough to conquer that.
I agree. And I think Detroit is actually
got Carter Bear at 13. Detroit is a winner of this draft.
That's kind of what I'm going. Winner. Yeah, that's where I'm going. I mean, I think you're seeing Detroit as catching Chicago here or to that point, you know what I mean, as far as their prospects and the guys that they're bringing in, because let's face it, Detroit's kind of rebuilding too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Logan Hensler pick finally up on the site, and the LA Kings traded 24 to Pittsburgh. So I can just I don't have to do like a lengthy write up for the.
Nope. And then we get the pick is in here for the Nashville Predators for their 26th pick. And who are they gonna take? I can't believe how. Are you sure you're not picking lottery numbers, man?
I'm fairly certain. What is Nashville going to do? But Will Horkoff was the Penguins pick. I'm getting the Horkoff write up right now.
Okay.
But there were some people, like, I know Anthony was higher on Horkoff and Nestrasale than I was, but some people are just looking at the upside. Other people are looking at the traits. Other people are looking at what lines they play on the game film, like I am. So we'll see what happens, but I gave Horkoff a solid C. I mean, I had him in the third round. Riker Lee out of Madison. I actually like this pick. I had Riker Lee going to the Capitals at 27, so this is a very good pick for Nashville.
So that's a one more higher than where you
picked. First line right winger on the Madison Capitals this past year in the USHL.
Okay,
Rob, but huge upside. And if the Nashville Predators trade Jonathan Marchessault in a few years, I could see this guy coming in and replacing him, and they're not doing a drop off in the talent level.
I mean, 31 goals, 37 assists for 58 games for Madison
per game. Very good production.
Yeah, good
right winger on the Capitals.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think this is a good move for Nashville. I think
Nashville probably the only other team outside of the Islanders to get 3 A+ grades in the first round with 3 picks. So
yep.
they're a
This,
winner. They're a winner tonight.
yep, I agree because I think this is an A
You could argue
grade
it's
for
an A
this.
or A- instead of an A+, but I think it's in that range as far as the overall grade. It's in that
Yeah,
range.
yeah, I agree. I think he went a little higher than where he was initially ranked. You know what I mean? I'm seeing
Most
ranking.
people had him in either the second round or they
Yeah,
had him in the 27 through 32 range.
yeah,
I saw the fact that he's on the top line. I loved what I saw. I was like, you know what? I'm putting this guy in the Capitals. He goes a pick earlier, but I'm not really going to give Nashville a lower grade for that because it's a player I loved. I loved Riker Lee's tape, and he was the USHL Rookie of the Year, and that matters to scouts. That Macklin Celebrini won that honor, I believe,
yep.
when he was
And
on Chicago Steel. So that matters to scouts.
and here's another really good one too that matters to scouts. He's a Shattuck alum.
Okay, that's another bonus. I did not know that. I'm guessing
Yep.
he was a second or third line guy when Celebrini and Yzerman were there,
So I was
and
just gonna say, yeah,
people
right.
overlooked him, and then he
Yeah,
came to the USHL and he dominated. That's probably
yeah,
what
yeah.
happened.
I mean, in his last year at Shattuck, he did let's see here.
It is
57
beginning to
games,
thunder here. I
45.
don't know if I'll have a power outage, but it is beginning to thunder. It was
Uh-oh.
thundering earlier.
Uh-oh.
R. Lee, not Riker Lee, not Robert E. Lee, Ken
No,
Hitchcock.
no, no. No, but for his Shattuck, he played 57 games, 45 goals, 54 assists for 99 points. Right? Then he played
Yep.
in the playoffs, 14 games in the playoffs, 9 goals, 12 assists for 21 points. Right? Like,
Yep.
all right. Geez.
I mean,
So
into Will Horkov's credit, even though he's a third line left winger, in his debut at Michigan, he came out with a bang. He had a goal and assist against the Ohio State Buckeyes in his Michigan debut back in January. That was the game they showed on Prospect Shifts. I watched it. He
yep.
had a goal and an assist in that game. So
Okay, nice. Nice, nice, nice. So now we got
that's
Caps
all I
on.
got on Horkov, though. But
Yeah. Like that just doesn't that's just really. I mean, I was not expecting that name to fly out for the first round. Just not. But oh well. So now we got the Capitals on the clock here with 27th pick. I mean, I think that I like the Porter Martone pick that Philadelphia did, but I'm a little concerned with the trading of the two other first round
trading up
picks.
for Nesbitt could
Yeah.
end up backfiring. We'll see.
I'm hoping not, but it's going to give them depth up the middle, which is exactly what they need. Do you know what I mean?
Blackhawks aren't. I don't think there is a team that. I really don't consider a team a loser in a draft unless they're getting constant D's or F's on their draft pick. And I don't think a team's performed poorly enough. Have there been reaches and surprise picks? Absolutely. There have been reaches and surprise picks tonight. Absolutely.
Agree.
I think Chicago reached on both of their first round picks. But hey,
Yeah, I do too.
Prospect Don's happy with both picks. Okay, we're happy that you're happy, buddy.
Hey, as long as the Don is happy, you know what I mean?
As long as the Don's happy, okay. We're not going to see him go on any vicious sprees like Corleone in The Godfather, and that's we want him to stay peaceful and diplomatic. So hey, all right,
We don't want him to give us an offer that we can't refuse.
exactly.
Oh my gosh! All right.
Well, what do we got? The Capitals pick is in. So that's
Come on, Malcolm Spence, Lyndon Lakovic, Liam Kilfoyle. Come on.
what it. This is gonna, if Malcolm Spence falls to round 2, I have a feeling Jim Nill is gonna trade Because remember, I think there was a former NHL player on the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds that the Dallas Stars gave up a second-round pick to get in the third round of the draft. I could see Nil giving up a second round. I could see Nil giving up a second-round pick in next year's draft and 94 to get Malcolm Spence if he drops to round 2. Because it's just the fact that he's still on the board is just criminal.
I agree. Or the fact that some of these, I mean, hey. Lyndon Lakovic!
That is a great pick. That is a great pick by Washington. Fantastic selection there.
Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh, man. That is stupidly amazing. Oh, yeah, baby. 6'4", 200 pounds. This guy is the real deal from the Moose Jaw. Yeah, man.
Moose Jaw and 5 picks. Well, 5 picks left and 154 characters and 5 picks to go. I cannot believe.
That's awesome.
Believe that's
awesome. Man, oh man. He had 2 points in the CHL USA Prospect Challenge. He had an amazing year this year for Moose Jaw. We had him on the show for Prospect Watch. He's a Prospect Watch alum.
He's also a Prospect non-alum. He's both. Like, that's the thing. There are a few players that I have multiple interviews to, not just the game film, but I have access to multiple interviews. And I think that's so advantageous because teams can see that on YouTube. They can pull that up. They can make a verdict on the player, not just the film, but what type of mental makeup they have. If they don't want to interview the player at the combine, they'll have that data in addition to what they get at the combine.
Exactly. He's another player that was coached by Sullivan Hockey. And man, I'm so over the top, just happy to see this guy drafted in the first round, going to the Washington Capitals. I mean, this couldn't be a better fit for them. This gives them depth of what they need. Ovechkin's not getting any younger. You know what I mean? They need that help. Especially on the wing, and this guy fills that role 100%. I don't necessarily think you're going to see a drop-off. I don't think we've seen the ceiling for Lyndon, and I'm just over the top happy because that's another Prospect Watch alum that's been drafted in the first round. Oh my gosh, man!
These guys. There's a lot of these guys that are really good.
Wow. I gotta tell you, man, Chris, I'm blown away here, man. I'm
Lyndon Lakovic. I wonder what the Thunder. Why is there a thunderstorm outside? Is God basically saying, Mario Lemieux, you passed on Lyndon Lakovic? What you
no,
how dare you? How dare you pass on Lyndon Lakovic? Now he's gonna take over for Ovechkin, you prick.
But he didn't. So we got him, and he's in the building. But he's playing for the Capitals, so he's not playing for the Penguins. So sorry, Pittsburgh.
That is a great pick, though, for the Capitals.
Oh, man.
My strategy for Winnipeg would just be to take the best defenseman on the board at every pick. Because outside of Josh Morrissey and outside of Neil Pionk, I don't think any of your defensemen on your roster are any good. And if you had better defensemen, you would have beaten Dallas. Yes, you led the NHL in hits. You had the number 1 power play, but that's the biggest reason you won the President's Trophy.
Yeah.
As far as line combinations, depth charts go, I thought Winnipeg, if they didn't lead the NHL in those categories, they would have been much lower in the standings. And we'll see. We'll see if Winnipeg can repeat what they did this past season moving forward. They're getting Jonathan Toews from the Blackhawks as a 4th-line center. They're going to be even deeper at center next year. But I think you got to pick a defenseman if you're Winnipeg. The question is there a defense? Is Fiddler still there? I think Blake Fiddler's still on the board, Ron.
I think he is. Yeah. I think he is.
Yeah, you got to go with Fiddler here.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mocked Simon Wang to Vancouver, but I think Fiddler is the pick you make here if you're Winnipeg.
Oh my gosh, they're showing Roger McQueen at Disney World with
Yeah.
Donald Duck.
What if the Anaheim Ducks trade up to with Winnipeg right here as McQueen's at Disney World? That would just be pretty hilarious.
Yeah, right. Like, oh, so
And
you
then he
got
high
him
fives the duck.
Okay,
It's
here we
like
go.
they're trolling Winnipeg at that point.
The Jets got their pick is coming in. Blake Fiddler is still on the.
I would think it'd be Fiddler here at this point. And I'm almost caught up. I'm on the I just waiting for the Lyndon Lakovic. I'm just oh wait,
Yeah.
no, because the Capitals we got to copy and paste like the team write up for the Capitals, like the line combinations, all that stuff.
Right,
So
right.
Henrik Lapierre's in their prospect pool. They have Andrew Crystal coming up to the Hershey Bears. Ilya Protas, the younger brother of Alexei Protas, and they got Tarek Parasak in last year's draft too. So I really think their forward core and Ivan Miroshchenko, so who had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, overcame that, was such a boss about it. So yeah, I mean they've got a lot of young talent in their pool whenever
Man,
Ovechkin steps down. I don't
Crystal,
think there's going to be a drop off on the Capitals.
no, coveted Crystal last year, man. What an
Crystal was
amazing.
like 11th on my big board in 2023, and he fell to the second round.
Mhm.
How?
I
didn't
know.
have a defenseman going until pick 12 in 2023, but the two, Montreal and Arizona, they took defensemen in the top 6. But it's understandable. Defense is an important position in the NHL.
And you called it, but they didn't pick Fiddler. They picked a Sashua
Well, they
Bumdinier.
defenseman. So even though I'm a little bit lower on Budimine than the consensus, I will give this an A- because
I mean,
needs
for
a defense.
BU,
Maybe an A. Maybe I'll give it an A. I'm not giving it an A+, but I'll give it. You might be able to talk me into giving it an A. I'm not going to give it an
all
A+,
right,
but you can
6'2",
talk me into giving it an
184
A.
pounds.
Make me
He's
your
from
pitch. I'll let
Finland.
you make me your pitch. Go ahead.
6'2", 184 pounds. Played for BU. I mean, he's a
And a
Finnish.
lot of people said they were afraid of him at the combine. Like a
Yeah.
lot of people said they did not want to have fun playing
See,
against
and
him.
that's what I've been hearing too. That you don't want to play against this guy. Okay, and as a defenseman, that's the kind of guys that I want on my team. The guys that you got to have your head on a swivel when he steps out on the ice because he's gunning for you. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Love this pick. This is a good pick here, man, for them. Right?
Yeah.
Silver medalist with Sweden. This is going to be a good pick for the Jets.
I agree. And Lyndon Lakovic, I had Lakovic going to the Flyers at 22. You know, if you had just read our mock draft, Daniel Briere, you could have had Lyndon Lakovic and Porter Martone, and you would have been he probably would have been the biggest winner of this draft if you had copied that blueprint, really.
See, but you traded and got Nesbitt. Like, really?
Yeah.
All right.
If that's what you want to do, Briere, that's fine.
Okay, but everybody questioned when he selected Mitchkov.
Mitchkov was a top 4 player in the draft. It was just the Russia thing. They wasn't going to come over till 2026. That's what everybody said. But he came over this year.
And everybody questioned Luchenko. Okay. And I got to watch
Luchenko was a
Luchenko.
late first rounder, but the thing is he was so freaking good on the power play, it wasn't even funny.
And the speed. Luchenko's speed. Oh my, it kills.
It
right?
does.
And so when he got to be playing down there on the Phantoms, then they had to put Anthony Richard on the line with him.
I did not know Sasha Budimine was from Finland. That's probably why Winnipeg took him, because if Dallas had kept their first round pick, they probably take Budimine, and I'm probably a little bit disappointed inside. But yeah.
The guy up there that announced the pick is all like awkward. Like, should I put my arm around him? Should I not put my arm around him? All right, yeah, we're gonna put my arm around him. All right, I'll stand here. Yay! Like, okay, now you drop away.
I mean, the only weaknesses I had with Lakovic are get faster and refine his shot. He has the traits, the wrist shot power, slap shot power, accuracy in terms of wrist shot accuracy, slap shot accuracy. That's there. You just like to see him release the puck a little bit quicker. And that's something that you just want to, he can tweak that. You get a shooting coach that can be tweaked very easily.
And see, that's why he's going to Sullivan Hockey, because he's getting that coaching. He's getting that down. You know what I mean? He's made such amazing strides
Yeah.
in just this year from being there with Coach Sully and stuff. So, I mean,
That's why he got picked by the Capitals. I mean,
and
really.
that's exactly why, because he was able to improve his game to the point where we haven't seen his ceiling yet.
And saw Carolina just copy Winnipeg and draft defensemen. You already have the forwards and goalies to win the Stanley Cup if you maintain your talent. Just defensemen. That's and take the right defenseman. I mean, last year's draft, I was not high on the defenseman. Carolina took a defenseman from the Czech Republic or Extraliga, HC Billy Tiberek defenseman. I was not high on him, but I know a lot of people at Elite Prospects were. If you take the right defenseman here, I think this has got to be Fiddler. I would think Carolina. There's no reason to pass on Fiddler here.
Yeah. I'd have to agree with you on that one for sure. And they definitely need the defensive help.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that's exactly what has been Carolina's problem.
Exactly. I mean, I know they're a good penalty killing team, but outside of Burns, Orlov, and Slavin, who do they have on that blue line that commands respect, that can really go toe-to-toe with a team like Florida in a 7-game series? Nobody.
Not Gostisbehere. Not Gostisbehere.
I don't know why they gave him a 7-year deal in the offseason. That was not a smart business decision. But hey.
Well, his offensive
offensive production, I guess, is decent.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, he was originally drafted by the Flyers, and he bounced around to a couple teams there, but I really think he's kind of found a home there in Carolina. But Carolina, another quiet favorite team, because I'm a huge fan of Ron Brind'Amour.
I love Brind'Amour. He was a former Hurricanes player. Just I think he won a Stanley Cup, and then he lost the cup to the Red Wings. But that Red Wings team in 2001 was so stacked with Hull and Hasek. It was like the Lakers when they had Gary Payton and Karl Malone. It's just unfair to play against that team.
No, I'm with you.
Fault Carolina for losing to them.
Right, but I believe they won it in 06 with
and nobody
Peter
talks
Laviolette.
About that 01 Red Wings team anymore. Everybody talks about how good the Lions were and how the Pistons have made a comeback. That 01 Red Wings team was just should have been illegal to play that team at the time.
So Sam Bennett agrees to 8 years, $64 million for the Florida.
That Panthers. Was the news I reported earlier today, but that's still big story. And the Blue Jackets also got Charlie Coyle and Miles Wood. And the Avalanche got Gavin Brindley. And, I think the Avalanche strategies get a left winger and center with your first 2 picks and hope they're fourth line guys. Because if you do that, you could just reload and you're back in contention in 2 years. Your cup window reopens in 2 years if you keep Makar.
Wow. I think we're seeing the end of Mitch Marner.
Marner's going to leave. He's probably going to go somewhere else.
Do we see McDavid come back?
I think McDavid's coming back. I mean, the Oilers, when they traded Evander Kane, they created enough in cap space. They went from $9 million to $17 million. So not only do you have enough money to pay Evan Bouchard, who's an RFA, you have enough money to pay Bedard McDavid next year and make him the highest paid player in the league and still have cap space to spend. And the guy replacing Evander Kane is Matthew Savoy. He was my 5th best player in 22. I was
going to say, that's.
I only had Simon Nemec, Shane Wright, Slavkovsky, and Cooley ahead of him. He was in my top 5, and he fell to Buffalo at 9. What does Kevin Adams do? He doesn't have the patience to wait for him another year, so he trades him to Edmonton. Now he's going to play with Draisaitl, and I'm telling you, right now, Matthew Savoy is a dark horse to win the Calder next year. Wow. I'm not saying he'll win it, but I'm saying he's a dark horse if he's on that top 6 title.
Okay. So is Carolina trading here?
These scouts do not look serious. I'm sorry, Ron, but the Carolina scouts do not look very serious.
No, they don't. They look like they're going to trade.
Playing solitaire on his phone like Stephen A. Smith at the NBA Finals.
Yeah. I wonder if he's gonna. I wonder. Look, they're all on their phones here. Is this? Are we gonna get a trade here? The clock has already gone to 0.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get I listed all the line combinations for the Capitals. I'm just trying to do the same thing for Winnipeg here. And that's pretty much the thought process with Winnipeg.
Yeah.
You've extended Shaffelli, you've extended I mean, they really don't. If you want to keep Pionk and Morrissey on the first line, you can develop Budimir into a second line defenseman if you're patient with him, and he'll be a very high end, very good number 3 for that Winnipeg team in that role.
Okay, I can't argue with that. But they've had an extra 3 minutes now, Carolina. So what's going on
I
here?
don't know what's going on. I think they got rid of their GM too. They kept Ron Brindamore, and they didn't get rid of their GM. That was last year. Don Waddell went to Columbus. Don Waddell's probably laughing. Look at Carolina. They can't pick on time without me.
You know.
He's right there in the Columbus war room. He's saying that. Him and his scouts are sharing a good chuckle.
Oh, here we go. So are we going to get somebody to come out and announce it? Oh, okay. William Byron.
That's an interesting selection.
They're at a racetrack. All right. I mean, Carolina is known for having a lot of racetracks. Oh, they are trading. See, we were right.
Yep, absolutely. You called it, Ron.
They traded it to the Chicago Blackhawks now, 29.
And the Blackhawks the Blackhawks have the Stars second round pick, and they have pick 33 tomorrow. So I'm guessing.
Okay. Wow, they have the first pick in the
34. San Jose still has 33. I forgot, but they've got 34. I'm guessing this is 34, and
so they just traded the 29th pick. That's it.
This 34. I'm guessing 34, and it's either 34 and 67 or it's 34 and 62. It's got to be one of those combinations, Ron, because if you look, 66. Sorry, I said.
So they're not. They're just saying.
But it's got to be one of those combinations. It's got to be 34 and 62 or 34 and 66. I really can't see them using. I can't see Carolina getting any other combination of picks. And I don't see Chicago moving up, picking next year's draft, Gavin McKenna draft. I don't see them doing that. So I guess I got disconnected on TalkShoe, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. I got other fish to fry when it comes to updating this.
Yeah, because I don't. This is a little confusing here, I think.
But Davidson did this last year where he traded up into the back end of the first round because he didn't like what was on the board in round 2 with Merrick Van Acker. So he's probably going to keep doing that until it backfires, as long as he has the capital to do it.
Yeah, right. But see, I'm not seeing anything other than they just traded the 29th pick. That's it. So you got nothing back for it?
They're only reporting the trade. They're not reporting the return of the trade. And ESPN always reports the return of the trade in the NFL draft. They just refuse to do that in this year's draft. So I'm going on X right now to get the return.
Yeah.
Here we go. I got the return. 34, 62, and a 5th round pick in 2027. That is a win for Carolina, because I didn't think they would get both of Chicago's seconds and additional draft capital.
Wow.
That's a massive win for the Hurricanes, in my opinion, Ron.
Okay.
Better hit on this pick.
I was just going to say, the Blackhawks better pick somebody darn good, because you traded a lot of assets away.
Yeah.
But I think that's a win for Carolina too.
I'm not saying it's a loss for Chicago yet. Let's see who they picked first, but that's a win for Carolina, because I was thinking they would either get 62 and 34 or 62, or they'd get 34 and 66.
Yeah, but you called it though. You called it which ones they were going to get, but they tacked on a little
They
bit more.
added a little bit extra that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's a win for Carolina because they
Yeah.
got more than what was expected.
So, and then we'll see depending on what who Chicago picks.
Yep.
Um,
And perfect timing because I'm just on the Blackhawks pick on I'm on the Carolina Hurricanes. I just caught up on Draft Utopia on the news ticker with the grade. Not the news ticker, but the actual draft grades. I'll update the news ticker after the show, but
oh my
you know,
god.
but we're all caught up now. I'll post a screenshot of the picks after. Oh,
Yeah.
I should probably post the LA Kings at 31. They have the I never changed the pick from the Flyers to whatever, the Penguins, the Kings. So I'm probably going to do that right now. And Mason West, he is a two-sport athlete. This guy entered the year as a 5th-round pick back in October. Two-sport athlete, played left winger on the Fargo Force and Adina High School, was also Adina's quarterback. He was a quarterback in football and
Yeah.
as a winger. First player since Islanders captain, Islanders lead to do that. And he's going to Michigan State in 2026. He's a junior in high school right now. He enters his senior year of high school this fall. So,
Wow.
but he does turn 18 before September 15th. And that is the deadline for the NHL draft in 2025, Ron. So if you're born before September 15th, 2017, you are eligible for this draft. So even though he's a junior in high school, he turns 18 before September 15th. That makes him eligible for this draft. And he is a Blackhawk.
Wow. Put 27 goals in.
He's committed to hockey as his sport. I think it'd be cool if he had the opportunity to play quarterback and hockey at Michigan State, like Deion Sanders and Bo Jackson back in the day, but that's not how they do it now. But this is a guy who was 27th on NHL Central Scouting. A little bit of a reach, but at the same token, I'm probably going to give the Blackhawks a 3rd consecutive B grade. I mean,
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I thought he might have gone a little later, like
I had him the
earlier in the
Islanders
show.
in round 2, but I don't hate this pick because he went from a 5th-round prospect at the beginning of the year, an early 5th-round prospect, and moved all the way into the latter part of the 1st round, which is pretty remarkable for him.
Can't
And he was
disagree
27th
with
on
you.
NHL Central Scouting's final list after the Combine because they updated the list a final time after the Combine for the first time ever, and he was 27th out of all the North Americans. So
Okay.
I can't really hate on that pick if I'm
No, I can't either. And you
because
know, to
he
be
played
honest
every
with
part
you,
of the draft process and he really interviewed well. So I think
yep.
that's really the biggest reason why he moved into the 1st round.
Not to mention the fact that he's 6'6" and 218 pounds. I mean, and
Yeah.
plays center. I mean, hello.
He was a winger, but I mean, it really doesn't matter. I mean, he probably does have the versatility to play all 3 forward spots. If he was a left winger on the Fargo Force and Adina High School, he probably does have the versatility to play all 3 forward spots.
Exactly. And so I'm not really sweating it. I mean, wow, he had some pretty good stats here as a quarterback too. Jeez.
That's why I'd love to see him play both quarterback and hockey at Michigan State. It would be cool to see a Deion Sanders, Bo Jackson throwback in the NIL era. It's not going to happen, but I would love to see it.
I'm with you. No, I'm with you. I wouldn't mind seeing that. I mean,
I mean, look
I
at what
have
Kyler Murray did. He played college baseball and football. He went 10th to the Athletics, and because he committed to football over signing with the Athletics, he went number 1 in the NFL draft a year later.
yep.
So,
But I mean, I think he's a decent quarterback, but I wouldn't put him at elite.
he's not like a guy who throws for 3,000 yards. He could be I think he could be a really good backup on an FBS team, maybe a 3rd stringer on an FBS team, and a starter on a FCS team and an all-American in Division II, but he's nothing special as a quarterback. He's special as a hockey player, though. He's got a chance to be special as a hockey player. That's why he ended up being the pick there. But I mean, Mason West, I do have the pick updated. I finally got all the picks updated. And the Sharks, they have pick 30. So I really don't have to do a lengthy write-up until the LA Kings at 31. That's the last lengthy write-up I have to do for tonight. Unless the Kings decide to do me a favor and trade the pick again. Come on, LA, please, pretty please with sugar on top. Trade 31 so I don't have to do another lengthy write-up. I'm pleading. I'm kidding, but yeah, it's like
starting to get punchy now because it's 11:15.
And I could see how the pleading is kind of clingy, but we're having fun here.
Well, we're finally going to get the San Jose pick here for pick number 30. And it's the wrestler chick.
The wrestler's back. Yes, so 911 characters. We've got 89 characters left and 3 picks. And I do have all the picks updated. I'm going to try to screen share Draft Utopia briefly before the wrestler announces who San Jose's picking at 30. Okay, so we'll try to get copied. So A+, we had that, and then I gave Columbus a B because I took the A grade and averaged it with Ron's C grade. That's kind of what I did there.
Oh! Joshua Ravensburgen going to
a fantastic pick by San Jose. So a second goes into round 1, and the Sharks get Ravensburgen. And here's the thing. I like Yaroslav Askarov, but he hasn't shown he can be a dominant goalie.
I agree.
And Ravensburgen is just the guy that they need to push him. And if he can't get over that hump, Askarov, if he can't get over that hump, Ravensburgen's probably your future goalie.
Dude, all day long, man. All day long. This guy has definitely got the skills. A 3.0 GAA, 0.901 goals against, 33, 13, and 4 for 2025. This guy is, as far as I'm concerned, one of the best goalies in this year's draft.
He was my number 1 goalie. I think you're 1B or 1A because you were.
Yeah, because I like the Leah a little better.
But I think I would also say he's your 1B because I don't think you dislike Ravensburg enough to make him goalie 2. You like the Leah better, but it feels like more of a 1A, 1B situation.
I agree 100%. And man, I am just, he is another Prospect Watch alum. Josh Ravensburgen.
Sharks are one of the winners of day 1. They got Misa and Ravensburgen, so they're one of the winners of day 1.
Yeah. I have to agree with you on that one, man. Oh my gosh. What an amazing, amazing goaltender these guys are going to get. Played really, really well for Team Canada at Worlds. I mean, this guy is just got all the skills.
I got to give Joey credit because Joey said on Saturday's show, on the NHL mock draft show, if he thought Ravensburgen was going to go in the top 10 and there was going to be another goalie that got pushed into the first round, but that wasn't the case. The Columbus took the Russian goalie, Pyotr Andreykov, and then San Jose got Ravensburgen at 30. So 2 goalies did go in the first round. Joey called it. He called it. I'll be the first to give him credit for getting that right.
Yeah, and I honestly, I thought there was going to be at least 1 goalie.
I did too. I had Ravensburgen going in the first round. I didn't know who else was going in.
But I thought at least 1 was going to go. Oh my gosh, man. So now, holy moly. That's quite a few players now that are.
And Ravensburgen will be an A+ pick. It'll be an A+ pick, but pretty much. Wait, the Sharks have. Wait, why do the Sharks have 29? Why do the Blackhawks have 28? What is going on here? Something is
Wait, hold on. Let me look.
There's Winnipeg is 27. I thought Winnipeg had
No, no,
28. So
no, no, no.
I must have forgotten something.
Capitals 27.
Capitals at 27. So I made a typing error on the site.
Okay.
Capitals at 26. So where did I go wrong? Where did
No, no,
I
no.
screw up?
So
26 is
the
the Cap.
Predators.
25 was the Capitals. Predators are
No,
26.
no, no, no. Hold on. Time out. 20, 25th pick was
Blackhawks.
the Blackhawks,
Did I
right?
forget to put the Predators pick in? Because I Predators at
Riker
26, I
Lee,
believe, from Vegas.
Riker Lee, yeah, 26, Riker Lee, and then 27.
That's where I screwed up. Okay.
Okay,
At least I know where I screwed up. And I don't
okay.
have a problem with putting. I could very easily get the Riker Lee mock right up. I mocked Benjamin Cavan at 26, but I think Riker Lee might be a better fit, and I'm probably going to give Nashville an A plus. I just need to get the exact pick number for Riker Lee in, because I that's what I missed. I knew I was missing something. I wasn't sure what exactly, and now that we got the Riker Lee pick up, I can just copy and paste that, and then I'm on to pick 30. So at least I figured out what I got, what was missing. That's key. You got to double check what you're doing sometimes. I didn't think I missed. So I forgot to add Riker Lee to the draft results write up because I know it was in there, but I don't know how I missed that. Okay, but this is why you double check your work. Okay.
So I'm doing a little bit of a
Riker Lee, I really liked what he brought to the table, and the Kings.
yeah.
What are they going to do at 31 here? 2 picks left.
So far in the first round, Prospect Watch has 8 players
I love it.
as alums. So in the first round, we had 8 players that we interviewed, starting with the first round pick being Matthew Schaefer. And
That's
the latest
awesome.
pick,
That is
yeah,
amazing. That's like that's a fourth of the entire draft, and we still got 2 picks left.
I mean,
So okay, so we just got to get San Jose's write up, and that's going to be an A plus once I get the Ravensburg and
oh
write
yeah.
up.
Oh yeah.
That's going to be another. So San Jose had a very good day. Kings, what did they do with the trade down?
Oh, this is a great pick for them.
Oh,
Henry
boy.
Bruskevich. Oh my gosh. He's
Is
a
he a
German-born player.
Because I was not as high on him as the consensus, but I heard a lot of great things about him. What can you tell me about Henry, Rod?
He's a great defenseman. He's got it going on. He's playing for the London Knights. He's got good size. He's got 6'1", 194 pounds. He's from the United States, so he's a United States-born player. He's playing for London Knights. Okay, I think he's a developed defenseman. In fact, I'm surprised he went this low. I thought he would have gone a little higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they won the Memorial Cup this past season with the London Knights. So yeah, I really think that he's going to be a great player here for the LA Kings. They've got a really good defenseman here. He
I
showed
like
out.
Doughty, and I love the defenseman they took from the Barrie Colts back in 2021.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. What did you interview anybody in the 20? When it started with like a prospect watch? When did it take off?
So 2023 is kind of when we started really hitting our stride. And then 2024, we had a total of 6 players that we interviewed get drafted. And now we're at 2025. So we've been doing this now for 3 years.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So we've gotten over 50 players that we've interviewed.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that being going to the draft, interviewing these guys is fun. I know that from experience with the MLS, and I know that from experience with the NFL
Yeah.
Senior Bowl. Because that's the thing. If you unless you have the connections Ron has, where you get in permission from the teams and you go through all the logistics, I'm not going to go into a rant about that on the air here. But unless you jump through those hoops,
Yeah.
you pretty much have to get a media pass to the events whether it's the Senior Bowl, whether it's the CHL Prospects game in Canada. You have to get that media pass, and if the company in CHL or the company doesn't deem you worthy, well, you're out of luck unless you have those unless you know what buttons to push.
Exactly. And who to contact and everything else like that. You know what I mean? And so
Exactly.
I've been very lucky. I've been very blessed. Was able to get media credentials to go see Frozen Four at the regionals in Allentown because it's only like an hour and a half away from where I live. You know what I mean? If I wanted to, I could probably go up to watch some of the Bean Pot tournament because that usually takes place in Boston.
I was
Next
debating
year,
whether to go to the Bean Pot or the Boston U Boston College game.
yeah.
Boston College Boston U game was cheaper, and I didn't want to have to stay in Boston an extra night after the Super Bowl
Ah,
because that's the thing.
okay.
Bean Pot's the day after the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I'm
So,
my goal is to be at the combine next
my
year.
mom used to go to the Bean Pot every year. She was a
Really?
Northeastern graduate. My dad went to Tennessee. My mom went to Northeastern.
Oh, wow.
She was at the Bean Pot every year when Northeastern was on college, was in the Bean Pot. So, yeah,
Nice. That's awesome. I mean, it is it's one of the better tournaments, I think,
it is.
because it showcases some of those really top end teams that play in that area. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Now, my goal is to be at the combine next year.
That's a great goal. And Anthony went to the combine, so I'm trying to figure out how to get the because I Buffalo. I know my mom's gone to Buffalo twice for one of the trips to Niagara Falls with some of her friends. I've never been to Buffalo
Me neither.
personally.
Me
It
neither.
does sound fun though. It does sound very exciting.
Well, the fact that I have all this experience
And
with injury,
I know the Bills' new stadium is going to be done, pretty much done with construction. It won't be open to the public, but it'll be pretty much in the final stage of
yeah,
construction when the NHL Combine's in Buffalo next
yep,
year.
yep. So Calgary is the last team on the clock.
Yeah,
Holy
so
moly!
what is so the LA Kings, they took Henry Bertouche. I think I had him in the third round, but early third round. I'm looking to see where I had him. I may have had him in the late second. I know I had him
Okay,
in. I know I had him. Yeah, let's go down. So I had Henry Bertouche. Did I have him in the late second or did I have him in the third? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I had him going to Anaheim in the late second round with
second
Winnipeg,
round. Yeah,
but I don't think it's a. I didn't really know much about him. I know he was a bot. I know he was a second line guy versus a first line guy, but he had a lot of momentum. I mean, he had 42 points, I believe, in his
yeah,
draft year, and he was part of both of the London Knights teams. And I think part of what Bill told you the other day, the coach, who coached Lakovic, I think part of that may have played a role into why you're higher on this pick than the consensus is. And then Calgary's going to wrap up
probably.
the first round.
Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. So here we go. Final pick of the first round.
Yeah, I'm getting the Kings pick here. I don't have the write up for Henry yet. I'm just copying and pasting that. I'm trying to move a little bit faster and get the Kings write up, like the line combinations, all that stuff, and then I'll be ready for tomorrow.
There
I'll
you go.
probably yeah. So, and when the pick's moving in much faster, I might just use the ticker. We might just use the NHL.com because NHL.com has like a live tracker of each pick
Yeah,
come in. And if we're
you
going to
could
do a show tomorrow,
just
instead of just
capture that.
relying on my site, maybe we just do that. Maybe we show our faces on the screen. We just have some fun breaking down the picks because that's my inability to pivot and adapt has been one of my weaknesses in previous years. And that seems like a good strategy with the picks coming in a lot quicker tomorrow. That
Cullen Porter, the center from
Colin Potter,
Arizona
I had
State.
Colin Potter going to the Blackhawks at 34, but Calgary takes him at 32, and that's a good pick. I
Wow.
like that fit for Calgary here.
Yeah, that's two good picks now that Calgary's been able to select. Here's the thing, though. American born, but 5'10", 172
I'm
pounds.
probably going to give this a B instead of an A plus because
Yeah,
second line guy, he's a little undersized. He could end up being a steal down the road, but he's not quite there yet, and
right.
that's the thing.
I agree. I agree. And so he is definitely going to be playing at Arizona State for next
You
year.
know,
So
now if you're Sam Levitt, the quarterback of Arizona State, projected to go high in the 2026 draft, this is your motivation to beat Colin. Colin Potter is your motivation because right now he's the number 32 pick. You got if you want to be the man on campus, Sam Levitt, you got to go higher than 32 in next year's NFL draft. He'll
there
probably
you
be a
go.
first rounder in 27 if he goes back. I think he's
Yeah.
better than Brock Osweiler was, but so it's a good time to be at Arizona State right now with Colin Potter and Sam Levitt, Cam
I'm
Scatino,
telling you, man.
Giants, the fourth.
Holy moly.
It's a great time to be a Sun Devil right now.
Yeah, it is. You know what? It's a great time to be a hockey fan,
It is a
right?
great time.
Because
Fantastic. Yep.
because we just got to watch. I think this has been one of the better drafts, first rounds for the NHL draft that we've seen in quite a while.
And
I
everybody said this is a weak draft. This was not a weak draft, okay? Get
no,
that weak sauce out of here with
I agree. Get the weak sauce out of
get
here.
that out of here.
Yeah,
Look at I'll pull up some names that fell to round 2.
yeah.
Dell did not fall. I'm just trying to think who fell to round 2. I've got there's some
Well,
defensemen. The defensemen I liked had consensus second round grades. Shane Van Sagi's available. Ivan Rybikin's available tomorrow. So Van Sagi, I know Van Sagi did not produce a lot of points. That's why he fell.
yeah.
But I think most of the top talent that was supposed to get picked in round 1 did get picked.
I
And
agree. I
that's
agree. There's a couple names. There's a couple names that I was very surprised about that were picked, and a couple names that I was very surprised about that weren't picked. Do you know what I mean?
I was surprised that Wang and Handel fell, but a lot of people said Simon Wang did not have a great combine, so that's
Yeah.
why he fell. That's why
Yeah.
the thought process is justified. So, but
Right.
I'm not sure who I'm going to go with for a picture tomorrow. Milton Gastron's there. There's a few players that are still on the board.
You might be able to.
I
But
like Owen Conrad. I mean, I watched Owen Conrad on Prospect Shift. He shut out the St. John Sea Dogs 4-0,
yeah.
6'2", 208. I think Owen Conrad is going to be a steal in this draft
I
tomorrow.
agree. I agree. I
I
agree.
know he's listed
100%.
in the 97 to 100 range, but I'm telling you, if Conrad makes it to Dallas at 94, we better pound the table for him, and we better get a trade for Dumba lined up.
Yeah, there you go. Oh man, that's awesome. That's awesome.
I like Conrad's a guy that I think, you could have made an argument for picking in the first round. That's how much I like his tape, but he's considered a second to third round guy.
Yeah.
We did a Gems show a few months ago, the Gems in the NHL draft, and Conrad headlined that. I mocked him to San Jose at 33, but I honestly don't know who's going to go number 1 in round 2 tomorrow because a lot of the guys that were consensus first round guys are off the board. And I think it just comes down to who you like the most. Do you like Rybikin? Do you like Van Sagi? That's really the big question.
Yeah, and there's some players that I thought were going to go in the first round but didn't. So I think those players might be some of the first players taken off the board in the second round.
I
So
agree.
we'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
And the good news is Pizza Americana. It's a pizza place right by my apartment. They are open till midnight. So I can order some pizza after I get this pickup. But I got to be quick. Well, maybe I can only get chicken fingers. I don't know if they'll make a pizza at 11:30.
Well, it's only 11:30. It's only 11:30, so I think you're
You got
okay.
one pick to go. You got one pick to go. So please, Chris, move. Let Ron get his sleep and get this last pick done, and then you can end the stream and you can get some pizza and reward yourself, or
There
some
you
chicken
go.
or whatever. They sell
think
fish,
we're
but
done,
Pizza
right?
Americana, they have this really good seafood pizza with crab meat on it. It's $20, but it is amazing, and they have a lot of other good food, not just seafood pizza. They have everything as far as
Yeah, that's awesome.
they
But
have
I think
chicken.
we're done, man.
They're a local business. I have to support them. I have to give Pizza Americana a shout out. They are They've had the best pizza in Pittsburgh, I think, for 2 years in a row. Like or the 20
Man.
they were dominating the pizza awards.
See,
during
I'm
COVID.
jealous because there's no place around here to get good pizza.
And there's another pizza place by me that does delivery too, and they open at like 10 a.m. So like, there's 2 pizza places
There you
that are
go. You're set,
open
man.
late.
I get no delivery here. I have no
And they
pizza
both do
places around
delivery,
here.
Ron. They both do delivery.
I'm jealous. I don't get any of that here.
And
I like
there's
this
a
stuff on the
Domino's
boonies.
by the Texas Roadhouse where I get haircuts at Sport Clips, and there's also a Pizza Hut by the Pittsburgh Bottle
Nice.
Shop Bar and Grill where I've seen some staff members on Pittsburgh
Wow.
sports teams, which I'm not going to name.
There you go. Well, we did get the last pick in. The last pick was Calgary at 32.
And it was Colin Potter. I'm
Colin
going back
Potter,
to
yep.
Colin Potter and copying and pasting that so that we have the pick, we have the write up, we have the grade,
Nice.
and get the pizza, get my pizza. So yeah,
Go get your
Colin
pizza.
Potter, I'm gonna give this a B grade, but yeah,
I agree.
that's gonna be the draft, and I'll be back tomorrow. He was actually listed at 5'9", 161, but he was the fastest skater in the draft, and he played both left winger and center.
Yeah.
He improved his wrist shot power, because my question, when I watched Colin Potter on the NTDP, I thought the shooting power needed a lot of work. His wrist shot power improved. Slap shot power needs some improvement still with Potter.
Right.
And maybe that comes by hitting the weight room, gaining more muscle. I'm not sure. Shooting coach and hitting the weight room probably with his size.
Yep. Especially with him, being as a smallish size that he is. Putting on some weight will definitely help get you that shot power, I think, for sure. So Chris, what an absolute pleasure and an honor this was to join you on the show here. Hop on over to SteelFlyers.com. Check out all the great stuff we're doing over there. You can also check out all the interviews we did at SteelFlyers.com/link/prospect watch, where you can check out all the interviews that we did with all the 8 picks that happened in the first round so far this year in the draft. So hop on over to there. You can follow me on Twitter at SteelFlyers52. Thank you, Chris, so very much, man, for having me on, man.
Thank
I really
you, Ron.
appreciate it.
And look, we did it. 32. You see, all 32 picks are up, and I'm gonna have to get some. I'm gonna have to get something from Pizza Americana before
There you go.
Put on the cover for round 2 tomorrow, because I don't know. There's so many good players.
I know.
I need some food to rehydrate. But yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you guys so much. That was Ron of Steel Flyers. I'm Chris Ransom. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon. William Yanish of Under the Bleachers and Joseph Potter, my other co-host, will join us. I'll message David St. Louis and see if he wants to come on. I know he's got some really good stuff over at Elite Prospects. I don't think he's going to come on. We'll probably have to get him on for a later show, but I'm going to message him and see what he wants to do, because I really do want to talk with him hockey at a certain point.
Sounds good.
All right. See you guys tomorrow for day 2. Thank you, 79 listeners.